Welcome in, beautiful soul. This is Dahlia with Spiritual Society, bringing you this week's reading where we are going to dive into the nodal shift happening this July 26th. Aquarius is moving into the North Node. Leo is moving into the South Node. What does that mean for you based on your rising sign? So this week, you are going to find your reading in the description box below, time-stamped according to your ascendant. Let's begin. Welcome in, Aries rising. This July 26th, Aquarius is moving into your 11th house, which is your friendships, your community, and your long-term goals. And Leo is moving into your 5th house, which represents your passion, your sexuality, your desire to fulfill in life. Now, an interesting note is that these are the respective houses for Aquarius and Leo. Leo is already representing the 5th house, and Aquarius is already representing the 11th house. So this may hit you more than other signs in particular. Now we're going to take a look at how exactly this is affecting you in each of these houses. We're going to start with your North Node. This is the energy that you're moving towards. The South Node is the energy you're leaving behind. It's the comfort zone. It's where you should evolve. So what blessings, what opportunities want to come into your life in your 11th house of friendship and community and long-term goals? Now, a nodal shift happens for 18 months. So this is going to be occurring for you over the next year and a half. So let's go ahead and take a look now. What do you need to know about the blessings and opportunities coming into your life? In the 11th house, friendship, community, long-term goals. What next step? What new opportunity? We have break self-limiting beliefs. The only limits are the ones you impose. Break free from outdated beliefs and unlock your true potential. So this is specifically related to your 11th house. So any limiting beliefs that may be related to how people perceive you in your friendship circle or your communities. Do you feel aligned, or do you feel misjudged? Do you feel like you fit in, that you contribute collectively, or are there some resentments, fears, or anxieties that prevent you from being your full, authentic self? So that's the new opportunity that's coming in for you over the next 18 months. Let's take a deeper look at this question using the tarot. What new blessing, opportunity, next step is occurring in your life, specifically in the area of community, friendships, networks, and long-term growth? Goals that you contribute to collectively with others. What opportunity is coming in for you? Wow, we have the Ace of Swords. I am ready for a breakthrough to success. Now, this is the perfect card to go along with that breaking free of self-limiting beliefs, because the sword is the cutting tool. This is what you use to wield your focus, your awareness. So it's incredibly important to be aware of what you're thinking about, what you're believing, and use your sword of truth to cut away anything that is limiting, anything that's not conducive to your success. This is also about having a new idea, a new start, like a light bulb going off in your life where you feel like you can move forward mentally, and also how that allows you to align your actions and the step that you take in the world. So overall, this is just a new beginning in the way you see yourself and the way you see others around you. And perhaps making sure that if you have to do a little cutting in your network or your community or your friendships, that you know that it's going to be conducive to your growth and success in the long term. So that's a very, very beautiful place to start. Let's get a couple more cards for this question. What new blessings, opportunities, next steps are happening as Aquarius moves into your 11th house? of community, friendships, and long-term goals. What do you need to know now? What's your new opportunity for the next 18 months? We have the 9 of Wands. The affirmation says, I am strong for as long as I need to be strong. Now, this gives me the feeling that you've perhaps had to endure mistreatment or misjudgment in your community. Perhaps it's felt more like you had walls or guards around your heart where you didn't quite feel like you fit in or like you are aligned, or perhaps you've outgrown certain people in your life. And perhaps as you're looking forward towards the future and the type of success that you want for yourself long term, you're also looking at your circle. Is your community, is your circle a cage because it's filled with people who don't value you, who don't reciprocate your energy, don't pour into you, or contribute to anything that's conducive towards what you have for the vision of your future? Or are they holding you back in your comfort zone? Are you just with them for the sake of it because you've known them for a long time, or they're related to you, or what have you? Because the 9 of Wands is about needing to persevere beyond where you're tired so that you can reach the finish line of success. And so this new opportunity for your network, for your community, for your circle is that it's no longer going to feel burdensome, that it's no longer going to feel like an obligation or responsibility, instead of a tribe that you feel so aligned with, that uplift you, that you resonate with, that you can feel like you're going somewhere with in the long run. So let's get one more card to answer this question. What new opportunity is coming into your life as Aquarius shifts into your 11th house? The Chariot. I go forward with confidence. I love this because this is, again, about forward movement towards victory. And so if you have felt like anyone in your life has been pulling you back or keeping you down in any way, shape, or form, you're going to break free of this. And that doesn't necessarily remove you of any obligation or duty that you feel towards the people that you are in charge of, that are in your life, because it's oftentimes those duties that give us unconditional love and grace and compassion, teach us strength and resilience. But also there are certain relationships that you're not obligated to, and that when you're ready to shed them, like a snake sheds its skin, or like when you go from one size shoe to the next size shoe, you don't want to stay in a place where you feel small, where you feel stuck, where you feel like you've outgrown. And so I feel like ultimately that is the new opportunity coming in for you, is to grow into a new network, a new community, a new friendship tribe that is aligned with your victory, with the success that you desire in your life. Now we are going to shift our focus to the South Node. Leo, again, is moving into your 5th house of romance, passion, desire, sexuality, and children. So this is the area of life that you are releasing, that you're moving on from. It's a comfort zone. That's what the South Node asks of us, is to shed something that has been limiting. So in this specific area of passion, perhaps children, romance, desire, what are you asked to let go of in the next 18 months? What are you asked to let go of in your house of desire, sexuality, children? Okay, so we have a few cards that came out in this area. So the first one says face control issues. Trying to control others only limits your own freedom. Let go of the need for control and trust in the flow. Shape your future. You are the creator of your future. Make choices that reflect your highest self. And then honor your growth. Growth is a journey, not a destination. Honor where you are right now and celebrate your progress. So the overall theme I'm seeing with these three cards related to your fifth house is that it's time to release and let go of control, trying to control other people, what your children do, what your partner does, and honor your own needs, your own desires, not being codependent on the other people in your life to please you or to necessarily do anything that you expect them to do, because expectation is the root of most disappointment and failure in relationships. You can't expect anything of anyone else. You can mostly just focus on yourself, how you are going to grow, how are you going to respond instead of react to other people in your life, and honor where you are, honor where they are. Okay, honor both your progress and the progress of other people in your life. So I feel that if you release the need to control others or give them any power over how you are feeling or what you expect, I feel like this is going to free up more energy for you to focus your desire and your passions on yourself. Because the Leo is the self. It is your self-expression. So how can you express yourself more in your romantic relationships from a place of honoring your own growth and your own path without needing anyone else to prove anything to you, without needing your ego to be justified through the expectation or the desires of what other people are doing? This is going to enhance your desire, even increase your libido, if you are less judgmental and critical of your romantic partner, if you honor their growth, if you reflect where they are and how beautiful they are instead of the areas that may be lacking. Okay, I feel like letting go and releasing in those areas is going to enhance desire, passion, creativity, and relationship with potential children and partners as well. So that is very beautiful. Let's look deeper at this question using the tarot. So what comfort zone are you asked to release in your fifth house of desire and passion? We have the King of Pentacles. I feel like this could potentially be specifically related to your partner and potentially how your partner shows up as a leader or as a provider. Let me clarify. What are you asked to let go of in your fifth house? Clarify the King of Pentacles. What does this King of Pentacles represent for you in your fifth house? What are you letting go of? What are you letting go of related to this King of Pentacles? Passion, desire, romance, children, creativity. What are you asked to let go of? The Empress. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a very powerful card to come out with this one. So yes, this says, I create what I choose naturally and with joy. I create what I choose naturally and with joy. This is related to this fifth house of creativity. Making sure it's in alignment and not from a place of expectation. The Empress is abundant all on her own. The Empress is fertile in every aspect, not just as far as having children, but that's what this house is about, but also in the aspect of creating projects, lifestyles, whatever you desire in your life. You have the power to give birth to it. But you also have to choose what you give birth to from a place of positive focus, not what's going wrong, not what triggers you, not what you hope and wish your partner could do or provide for you, but what you're going to elicit from them by being your Empress self, by knowing how beautiful you are. That naturally calls more passion to you. By knowing how worthy that you are, that naturally attracts a partner who values you. So as you value yourself, as you find yourself beautiful, as you find yourself creative and passionate, as you elicit that energy from within the wellspring of your own being, your partner will rise into meeting you with more desire, more passion, more creativity, more value as well. So overall, I'm getting the sense here that you, again, are asked to release controlling your partner, to create what you desire from them, but to embrace that energy within yourself. Focus on your own self. Focus on aligning with the frequency of what you desire so that you can pull it out, so that you can magnetize it towards you rather than trying to threaten, force, coerce your partner to do it, because that will only push them away further. So as it rises from within, it is called forth romantically and in all the ways that you are passionate about and you desire from your partner as well. Next, beautiful soul, let's find out how you can navigate and overcome any challenges that may come up over the next 18 months. So you can experience the most positive and rewarding future. We have embrace your shadow. The shadow holds the truth you need. Embrace it, integrate it, and use it to transform your life. And you also have forgive yourself. Forgiveness isn't for others, it's for you. Forgive yourself from guilt and shame. So this definitely reminds me of what I said about releasing the need to control others or to be codependent for your desires to be met by anyone else. And that is ultimately about facing your shadow. Because the most successful relationships are between people who are personally responsible and accountable for everything they bring to the partnership. They're responsible for their own thoughts, their own moods, their own beliefs, their own changes over the course of time. And if two people can be aware of their own personal challenges and how they contribute to the challenges of the relationship, then both people can be understanding, compassionate, and graceful enough to move forward successfully together. So the best way to overcome any challenges, particularly in the South Node area of your fifth house of romance, desire, children, etc., is forgiving yourself and embracing your shadow. All right, beautiful soul. Let's move forward and answer this question further with the tarot. What will help you overcome any challenges in the next 18 months and have the most successful and rewarding experience? We have the Five of Wands. This says, I stand my ground and look for peace. Now, this could be related to potential arguments and conflicts in your partnerships or in your relationships with the people around you. And this again is about honoring your growth, honoring your needs, and releasing anyone from the grip of your expectation. So the best way to navigate, especially as an Aries rising, which is one of the fiercest energies in the entire zodiac. This is the warrior energy, the fighter energy. You're so independent. You're so honoring your own needs consistently that sometimes that can look like a battle, that can look like a fight. But sometimes the best way to win a fight is just to withdraw, to retreat. And so the best way is just to honor your own needs and not expect anyone to understand you or see your point, but ask yourself honestly over the next 18 months, what am I contributing to this challenging aspect in my romantic life, in my life with my children, if you have children, in the life of your creativity and your passion projects? Let's get another card for this question. What will help you overcome any challenges in the next 18 months? Wow, we also have the Nine of Swords. The Nine of Swords is about sleepless nights, self-fulfilling prophecies, worst case scenarios that keep running your mind and, give you all sorts of feelings of frustration, anxiety, feeling lost, confused, and stuck. So, yes, let me clarify. Okay, this is a lot of conflict with other people, conflict in your mind. How can you overcome all this conflict? Ooh, we have the Six of Swords. The Six of Swords is about being willing to let go of the pain, the conflict, the resentment, not needing to always fight the battle, but make peace your priority. Where can you look for peace instead of war? Where can you remember that you have weaknesses and triggers? How can you align with the fact that no one else is responsible for your peace or your happiness or even understanding you? It's your responsibility to overcome that ego desire and to align with your higher self's will for ultimate peace and emotional fulfillment that always starts from within and then is magnetized in your external relationships, whether that's your romantic life, your children, your community. So this is a big theme in relationships in your life over the next 18 months here. And the core of this energy for you is knowing about how your shadow can contribute to conflicts and challenges as well, and not being willing to hold on to resentments, but being more prioritized with how can you move towards peace, which is going to free up so much energy for you to have more fun, to be more creative, to be more passionate in your personal life as well as your relationships. All right, beautiful soul. Now we are going to take a look at what changes or outcome you can potentially expect to occur at the end of these 18 months. What changes might occur by the end of this nodal shift? Beautiful. We have step into divine timing. What's meant for you won't pass you by. Trust the delays. They're aligning your path. And change your fate. Your story isn't fixed. It's unfolding with every choice you make. Claim your power and write a new ending. This is so beautiful. So it reminds me of the initial energy of that Ace of Swords, that new vision, that new idea, breaking free of all limiting beliefs, breaking free of any shadows, any fears, any self-judgments, and any projections of judgment, and being more trusting and not rushing or forcing the process in your relationship, in your romantic life, in your creative pursuits, but just knowing and feeling and trusting that you are aligned and that you are directing and narrating the process of your fate by not playing the victim, by not staying stuck in your comfort zone, by not contributing to conflicts and challenges, because you're willing to rise above and overcome them by looking in the mirror and moving forward and not bringing any conflict of the past into your future. Beautiful. Let's get a couple more tarot cards to finish off this question. What changes or outcome can you potentially expect at the end of the next 18 months? Beautiful. We have the Eight of Pentacles. It says, I dedicate myself to what I believe in. The Eight of Pentacles is about self-mastery. So again, this reminds me of this focus on yourself, how you are growing, how you are building, how you are moving forward towards the desires that you expect of yourself and not what you expect anyone else to do anything for you. All right. This is going to liberate you in your creative pursuits, in your romantic desires and passions, as well as your community, your network, your friendships, and the long-term goals that you are building with others. One more card. What potential changes or outcome can you expect at the end of this nodal shift in 18 months? Another Pentacles, we have the Two of Pentacles. It says, I calmly make the best possible decision. So again, I'm drawn to this calmness, this groundedness that Aries aren't potentially famous for. But because you have Pentacles energy, you're going to temper some of that fire to create more of it by being more grounded in your material reality, in your body, in your mind, in your soul. Recognizing your shadows, your triggers, your weaknesses, recognizing your desires, your strengths, your passions, and what you're moving towards, and making sure you are prioritizing what's important. Is conflict important? Is someone else understanding you important? Or is honoring your own needs and your own growth the best possible path forward for you? All right, my beautiful soul, I do hope you enjoyed this reading. It was my pleasure to read for you this week. And if you resonate and you want to claim this energy for yourself, comment Aries rising down below and like this video now. If you're new here, go ahead and subscribe as we release new readings every week you don't want to miss. And in the event you would like a deeper personal reading for yourself, there's a link available in the description box below to book that at any time. Until the next time I get to read for you, I'm sending you so much peace and love. Welcome in, Taurus rising. This July 26th, Aquarius is moving into your 10th house, which means that your career and public legacy are going to take center stage. It's going to be a time for you to step into innovative leadership and bring progressive ideas to the work that you do or what you're known for overall. And Leo is moving into your 4th house for the next 18 months, which means it's going to be time to release old, outdated family patterns, or if you have the tendency to stay stuck in your comfort zone or stay at home rather than be seen and recognized for who you are. So let's take a deeper look at these areas of your life over the next 18 months. We're going to start with the 10th house of Aquarius's energy. So what new blessing and opportunity are you asked to focus on at this time? What new opportunity are you focusing on in the next 18 months in your 10th house of career and or public legacy, what you're known for? What new opportunity is coming in your career 10th house? Release past wounds. Old wounds hold your energy hostage. Let go of what no longer serves you and make space for healing. So you are being given the opportunity to release old wounds, outdated versions of yourself related to your career or how people recognize you and your authority in the world. So if you have felt undervalued or stuck in your career or how you're recognized outwardly by other people, that is the new opportunity that's coming in for you to let go of that, to release that, so that you can step into your power and your authenticity and shine in a way that serves not only you, but the collective as well, because it's an Aquarius theme of your 10th house. So your public recognition, your authority, your career is most likely related to humanitarian efforts. So anywhere you have felt that people don't see you, people don't recognize you, people don't value you, if you've had any wounding or self-worth issues related to that particularly, this is what opportunity is coming for you to release and move forward from in the next 18 months. So now let's use the tarot to take a deeper look at this question. What new blessing, new opportunities are coming into your 10th house in the next 18 months? What wounds or outdated past versions of yourself are you healing? What new opportunity? What growth is occurring in your career and your public legacy? We have the Page of Cups. Amazing. The Page of Cups is about being a sensitive dreamer. This is about knowing that you can create the impossible in your life if you can feel the reality of it. What would it feel like if whatever you wanted in your career was a reality? If you are beyond career, then what are you known for in the world? What do you recognize for as far as your authority? What do people value you as? And maybe this is an opportunity to dream bigger into that, to use your imagination. If anything was possible, if I had no self-doubts, what could I achieve? What could I be known for in my community? Okay, let's get another card. What blessing and new opportunity is coming into your 10th house of career and public legacy? Page of Wands, beautiful. So you have two pages here, which means this is about innocent, young, student-like energy, being curious, dreaming new dreams, feeling new passions. So yes, I think it's a time to be more curious, to be more of a student of life, to go on a quest to discover what is your ultimate passion related to what you're known for in the world. How do you want to feel in the world as far as how people perceive you, how they value you, how they respect your contributions? What would that feel like if you were on fire, if you were fulfilling your ultimate purpose and passion in life? And that's going to happen through allowing yourself the space to dream and feel bigger feelings, bigger passions, and move on from staying stuck or small or holding on to any wounds of the past. So now we're going to look at your 4th house energy. And this is what you're being asked to let go of and release related to family patterns or the comfort zone of your home environment. What are you being asked to let go of related to your home and your family? Create your karma. Your actions today shape your tomorrow. Make choices that align with your highest good. This is justice energy. Making sure that you're taking personal accountability for how you are letting go of old familiar patterns. Let me get a clarifying card. What old family patterns, what karmic wounds, maybe generational issues are you letting go of so that you can free yourself? Accept your destiny. Embrace the unfolding of your journey. Trust that each moment is leading you to your true path. So this is giving me the energy of breaking generational curses and moving on from any karma that's been handed down to you over time, where it's maybe the same old beliefs, the same old stories, the same old traditions that you don't really value or don't serve you anymore, but that you continue to do just to validate maybe your parents or your family or your loved ones. So any patterns, traditions, anything in your life that is close to home, that is familiar from your roots, that is not in alignment with your destiny and the karma you want to create for yourself, that's what you're being asked to let go of. So we're going to take a deeper look using the tarot. Wow. Oh my gosh. Death. Okay, so that's a huge confirmation. It says, I let go and embrace new beginnings. So this is about being willing to let the old die away. Anything from your family history, generational trauma, karma from even your past, a past life, or even situations in this life that you no longer want to hold on to related to your roots. Maybe you want to move. Maybe you want to move to a new country. Maybe you just want to create new traditions for yourself without feeling guilty. Maybe you don't want to celebrate the old holidays or do things that you used to do just because your family does them. This is about giving yourself the freedom to be an individual and not needing to have other people validate or justify what you do that makes you comfortable, that feels like home. So this is about allowing yourself to create the home or the traditions or the roots that are in alignment with who you are and what you want for yourself versus just what is comfortable, known, or familiar. The next question we're going to ask is, what will help you overcome any challenges in the next 18 months so you can have the most rewarding experience possible? What do you need to know to overcome any challenges that come up in the next 18 months? Trust the path ahead. Trust in the unfolding of your life. Every step is part of your journey to becoming who you're meant to be. So this again reminds me of that death process and redefining and recreating home and traditions and values that are important for you. Knowing that, yes, sometimes it's fearful to be judged or to be misunderstood, especially by those closest to you. But the more you lean into your path and your individual needs and desires, it may take a period of time, but the more you align with your authenticity, the more the people who really love and value you will understand over time. So the most important thing to do for yourself is to just be on your path, trust your journey, and not seek external validation from anyone else around you. Now, let's get some tarot to answer this question as well. How can you overcome any challenges that may occur in the next 18 months? 8 of Cups. Wow. Okay. Now, the Eight of Cups is similar in a way to the Death card because it's about walking away from things that no longer serve you. Sometimes things, people, places, situations that we've built up that, there may not be anything inherently wrong with them, but maybe they just don't feel right. They don't feel aligned, and we're ready to discover something new about ourselves personally. So, again, this is on the traditional tarot card. This imagery, this symbolism is very similar because it's someone with their back turned to us, walking away on a discovery journey. Okay. So, yes, it seems that you will have somewhat of a journey, a transition period happening, but it's going to be for your highest and best good because it's going to allow you to align with your soul, with your individual needs. Also, your 10th house, moving towards your career and how you shine. How can you be recognized publicly if you don't shine authentically? Okay, so this is a self-discovery journey and walking away from anything outdated if it doesn't suit your needs. Okay, let's get one more card for this question. What do you need to know about overcoming any challenges in the next 18 months? Walking away from what doesn't serve you, to have a new butterfly experience, going from the caterpillar to the butterfly. The Six of Swords, yes, of course. So this is about transitioning from the past, from any painful situations, just from what's outdated, what's not working, and being ready to go on a transitory journey to fulfill something more optimistic, more aligned, more conducive to your harmony and your enjoyment in life. Okay? So yes, you are on a journey of self-discovery, releasing the past, what you've aligned with traditionally, so that you can release any wounds of dreaming big, shining big, so that you can really be seen by those that value what you have to share in your work or in the legacy that you leave behind. Okay, beautiful soul, now we're going to find out what changes or outcome you can potentially expect to occur at the end of these 18 months. What potential changes can you expect at the end of this nodal shift? Whoa. We have find inner peace. It says, peace isn't found outside. It's cultivated within. Create stillness in your mind and soul. And release the resentment loop. Resentment isn't power. It's poison. Stop replaying the story. You are free to choose peace. Wow. So this is definitely related or reminding me of generational karma or issues of the past, resentments that we carry that can become bondage. So if there's anything in your life, it also reminds me of the release the past wounds so that you can shine authentically in your career and public legacy. So if there's any resentment, if there's any wounds that you've been holding on to, this next 18 months is going to give you the power to free yourself and find inner peace. And ultimately, peace is going to come from you accepting your authenticity, from you aligning and moving forward on your individual path without needing anyone else, especially those closest to you, to justify or validate your path for you. All right, beautiful soul, let's get a few more tarot cards to finish off your reading today. What changes or outcome can you potentially expect to occur at the end of these 18 months? We have the Page of Pentacles. It says, I am open to opportunities for personal growth. And that's ultimately the change that's going to occur here. more personal growth, more alignment with your individual truth and path, so that you can grow into the authentic version of yourself who shines and shares with the world. So, Page of Pentacles can be related to new jobs or new opportunities to grow in your career if you are looking forward to that. Let's get another card. Beautiful. We have the Seven of Pentacles. It says, I trust my ideas and my direction. So further confirmation of you being aligned with your individual path and trusting your destiny. So the Seven of Pentacles is about things growing and taking root and taking form, and we're in alignment with the work that we're doing, and we feel grateful, and we're trusting the process. Okay, so more peace, more personal growth is going to just give you this overall sense that you are growing and that you are fulfilling your destiny, that you are valued and seen and recognized for your valuable contributions in the world. So I feel overall at the end of the 18 months to follow, you're just going to feel a sense of gratification and overall success and accomplishment. It's going to be more of a journey and less of a destination. So even if there isn't anything grand that happens in your 10th house of career and public legacy, it's just going to be this feeling of growth, which will ultimately lead to more outward forms of material success as well. All right, my beautiful soul, I do hope you enjoyed this reading, all my Taurus risings. If you resonate and you want to claim this energy for yourself for the next 18 months, comment Taurus rising down below, and also like this video now. If you're new here, go ahead and subscribe, as we release new readings every week you don't want to miss. And in the event you would like a deeper personal reading for yourself, there's a link available in the description box below to book that at any time. Until the next time I get to read for you, I'm sending you so much peace and love. Welcome in, my Gemini rising. Aquarius on July 26th is moving into your 9th house, and Leo is moving into your 3rd house. So as far as the North Node energy, it's what you're being called into. So you're being called into expanding your mind, which for Gemini rising should sound beautiful. It means you're being given the opportunity to explore philosophically, perhaps pursue higher education. You could even publish a book potentially. You could also travel. So lean into those opportunities over the next 18 months. Now with Leo moving into your 3rd house, it's time to release outdated forms of thinking, speaking, or communicating. Gossip or lower vibrational or egotistical forms of communication are going to be things to leave behind in the next 18 months. Now we're going to take a deeper look at how these themes can potentially play out in your life, starting with the Aquarius energy in your 9th house. So what new opportunities for mental expansion, philosophical study, higher education, travel, and even publishing can come into your life? Wow, release past wounds. This also came up for Taurus. It says, old wounds hold your energy hostage. Let go of what no longer serves you and make space for healing. So any old wounds related to travel, related to what you're studying. I want to get some clarity because this card came out previously. So what wounds might you have in this area of study and travel and publishing? What wounds are you being given the opportunity to release in your 9th house energy? We have shape your future. So we definitely have some similar themes that are coming up for everybody, which is to be expected with a nodal shift. So shape your future says you are the creator of your future. Make choices that reflect your highest self and release inner criticism. Silence the inner critic. Speak to yourself with kindness and watch your confidence soar. So, I am getting the sense that perhaps you have limited your capacity for exploration, specifically related to travel. It's possible that you've been stuck for a while. You haven't been able to explore or travel to new cultures, new places, do new things in ways that Geminis really love. So perhaps you have felt trapped, you have felt small, and it's maybe even hurt your ego or your pride or your sense of self to have to remain in one place for so long. I know Geminis thrive on change. So, yes, you're being given the opportunity to be curious about how you can shape your future by releasing any wounds or criticism about where you've been stuck or small in the recent past. Let's take a deeper look at this question with the tarot. Oh, wow. We have the Three of Wands. I have the energy I need to realize my goals. So the Three of Wands is very similar to this ninth house exploration energy. On this card, you actually see the original version. You see someone looking out towards the sea. They're basically imagining their future. They're preparing for the manifestation of their dreams. They're overlooking the ocean. They're considering travel and where their manifestations are traveling to and where they're going to travel from. They're contemplating how they can grow to become a greater version of themselves so that they can manifest all their goals and their dreams in life. Yes. So a lot of this energy here is about you rising into a greater version of yourself, the version of yourself that has the capacity to realize the dreams that you have in life, which is going to take exploration, travel, adventure, philosophy, studying yourself, to understand who you are at your deepest core and what you do desire and what you want to shape and bring into manifestation. Yeah, so this ultimately is a time of exploring what it is that you want to be, do, and have in the world, and release any criticism that you have of yourself or any self-doubts or any wounds of maybe being stuck or not having reached that place up to this point. Let's get another card to get some more energy here. What new opportunity? Yes, so we have the Two of Swords. This is about not being quite sure where you are going next, but needing to listen to your intuition to choose a direction and follow it. So I am getting the sense again that you may have felt stuck or lost or like you don't have a purpose. And because this is Aquarius energy that's in your ninth house, and Aquarius is about your network, your friendships, your community, perhaps the best path forward for you is one where you're in alignment with a network of like-minded people, people who are studying and pursuing and traveling in the same ways. I am getting like travel club or philosophical club or some sort of community that like a hive mind where people brainstorm and just generate ideas. Collaborating in these sorts of ways with other people is going to help you know what your next path is and what your next goal is ultimately. Yeah, so if you have felt lost or confused, don't worry. You're being given the opportunity to explore and to pursue new meaning in your life so that you can put structure and plans and goals in place. You may have not even known what goal to reach for, but that's the opportunity that's opening up for you now. So next, let's take a look at Leo moving into your third house of communication. And this is the area that you're releasing and letting go of. That's what the South Node energy is about, moving out of our comfort zone. So what past experiences related to the third house of shared ideas, how you communicate with others, and even siblings, and short-term travel? What aspects of this energy are you releasing and letting go of? Face your fears. Fear is a teacher, not a barrier. Face it head on, and it will lose its power over you. So this reminds me of the overall energy that you're moving through at this time, is releasing any self-doubt, any criticism, any fear. And this is related to your third house. So perhaps you're releasing the fear of communicating or expressing yourself freely. Geminis need to feel the power of their beautiful self-expression. Geminis can be such eloquent communicators. But if you have fear around being misjudged or people not appreciating your ideas, then it will be impossible to truly be seen, heard, valued, understood, or even just to get your ideas across in meaningful ways. Okay? So releasing any fear around expressing yourself or communicating, of being heard or misinterpreted. So let's use the tarot to get some deeper information here. What are you letting go of related to your third house? King of Wands. It says, I am successful in all I do. This is very powerful, divine, masculine energy. This is stepping into your passion, your purpose, your why, being able to shine courageously, boldly, powerfully, without fear of being judged. So yes, this is the perfect card to have with Face Your Fears, because the King of Wands has conquered their fears so that they can rise into this powerful, expressive, authentic version of themselves. And this is related again to how you communicate, how you express yourself, how you share your thoughts, your ideas, your vision. Let's get another card. What are you being asked to let go of related to communication, even siblings and short-term travel? Any fear of expressing yourself? What are you letting go of? The Five of Cups. The Five of Cups is related to grief and holding on to painful emotions, perhaps even resentments and traumas from the past. It's possible, maybe even as a child, that you were silenced, you were shamed, potentially for your voice, for your light. Especially Geminis, I know, can be very loud, very funny, very boisterous with their personality. And so perhaps you were told to sit down, be quiet, be seen, not heard. And there may be some wounding or some grief, some emotional ties and resentment of shining too brightly for fear of being reprimanded or misjudged. So that's what you're being given the opportunity to release and let go of so that you can express yourself more freely. So next, beautiful soul, let's take a look at what you need to know to overcome any challenges that come up so you can have the most rewarding experience over the next 18 months. How can you overcome any challenges that occur during this nodal shift. Sit with the wound. Not everything needs to be fixed right away. Some healing begins when you're willing to stay with what hurt. So don't try to intellectualize your feelings. Just sit with them. Sometimes you don't need to put words, you don't need to understand. You just need to accept that you're in pain, that there's a wound here. And the more you're able to sit with it, the more you're able to face it. Okay? So let's get some more clarity about how to do that. How can you overcome any challenges? We have the Knight of Wands. It's in reverse. The Knight of Wands is about being impulsive to move forward. And so this is about slowing down, not being in a hurry to be unstuck or be unlost. Because if you feel a lack of direction or a lack of purpose, forward movement isn't what you want. Clarity is what you want. So exploration, remember, is your major theme over the next 18 months. So not being in a rush to reach anywhere is important because this is about exploring. Okay, when you're on an exploratory journey, you're not trying to rush anywhere. You're just soaking up every step of the way because you're learning new things about everything and everyone that you interact with. Okay, so that is how to overcome any challenge, is to just be more willing to explore what's happening versus rush through it or overanalyze it, intellectualize it, and just enjoy it, even if it's painful. Sometimes you can just enjoy pain by just sitting with it, because then it's trying to bring up something. It's trying to provoke you to change something. But if you try to overanalyze it, then you won't actually be getting to the root of the pain. So let's take another look at this question. What do you need to know about how to overcome any challenges that occur? Another Wands card. Yeah, that's a perfect card. This is about being curious to discover new opportunities about yourself, your purpose, your passion. So again, you can't rush forward towards any destination. You can't even rush towards overcoming fear or wounds. The best way forward is just more discovery. Finding out who you are, what you're passionate about, surrounding yourself with other people who resonate with you on that level to continue to inspire you and motivate you to move forward in a direction that does feel purposeful. All right, beautiful soul. So now we're going to take a look at what you could potentially expect to happen, what changes, what outcome at the end of the next 18 months. What changes can you potentially expect to occur by the end of the next 18 months? Honor your growth. Oh, wow. It says growth is a journey, not a destination. What did I say? Honor where you are right now and celebrate your progress. Honor where you are. Don't need to rush forward towards any destination. You will learn more. You will grow more by enjoying and being curious about your journey. Okay? Perfect card. All right. What changes or outcome can you potentially expect? The King of Cups. Amazing. It says, I am my own anchor. You will feel more emotionally grounded, more aware of yourself and who you are and what you have to contribute. This is just an overall energy of emotional intelligence. So the fear, the wounds, you will learn how to ride with them. This is about understanding that there's always going to be challenges, but you can ride the waves. You don't need to be overcome by them. Let's get another card. What do you need to know about what could potentially change in the next 18 months? What outcome can you expect? Oh, wow. The Knight of Cups. Amazing. So this card can be about romantic offers, proposing your love to someone, or receiving a proposal of love. So if that's something you want and that resonates with you, that could be on the other side of this journey. However, I think mostly for you, this is just being more emotionally vulnerable, more safe to be seen, to be heard, to be validated for what you have to share, what you genuinely feel inside, not the superficial side of you, not the funny side of you, not the side of you who intellectualizes, but more feeling ultimately. Yes. Beautiful. I love this reading for you. I do hope that you resonate with this reading, that it served you, that it gave you some peace, clarity, and inspiration about what could potentially shift for you over the next 18 months as Aquarius moves into the North Node and Leo into the South Node. If you resonate with this reading and you want to claim it for yourself, comment Gemini rising down below and like this video now. And if you're new here, go ahead and subscribe as we release new readings every week you don't want to miss. And in the event you would like a deeper personal reading for yourself, there's a link available in the description box below to book that at any time. Until the next time I get to read for you, I'm sending you so much peace and love. Welcome in, my Cancer risings. I am one of you beautiful souls. So on July 26th, you and I are focusing on Aquarius moving into our 8th house and Leo moving into our 2nd house. This is all about finances, wealth, and resources. Your 2nd house is your earned income, money you make from the work that you do. Your 8th house is everything else, other people's money, your spouse, your partner, investments, inheritances, etc. So with Aquarius moving into the 8th house, your focus is going to be more on shared resources. How can you focus your energy on the collective growth of finances for not only you, but your community around you? That is how Aquarius works in your 8th house. So take particular notice of what happens in your finances, whether earned or shared, in the next 18 months. We're going to take a look at your 8th house first and see what blessing or opportunity are you asked to focus on bringing more of into your life during the next 18 months as Aquarius is in your 8th house. What blessing or opportunity are you asked to focus on? Ooh. We have the cycle stops with you. You are the one your ancestors prayed for. This pain ends in your hands. Choose differently now. So this is very beautiful because this is saying that any generational toxicity that is around shared resources, being able to have a feeling of support within the community, that it's not just you on your own. Perhaps there's been too much independence, like a hyper independence within the family line. I personally experienced that on my matriarchal side, on my mother, my grandmother, this overworking, this overdoing. And so, how can we lean on the support of our partner if we have one? How can we lean on the support of our family and our friends? How can we even build our own community of Aquarian themes where we are all benefiting from each other's gifts and service that we have to offer. So it's not just this feeling of, oh, I have to hustle, I have to work hard, and I'm only supporting my own needs. How can we all support each other more as a tribe, as a community, getting back to that energy of tribal thriving? And then we have this card that says, restore the broken self. Parts of you were left behind in pain. Call them home. You are ready to become whole again. So there's this energy of restoring the broken parts of you that may have felt isolated, that may have felt like you're the only one, especially as a Cancer rising, you're the only one doing, giving, sharing, taking care of others, when you just have to retreat into your own shell of isolation instead of feeling nurtured and supported in the way it is your gift to do so. So I personally am having to redefine that in my life, because I don't want being a matriarch to turn into martyrdom. And I also don't want to hold on to that belief that I'm the only one who's good at taking care of everything, because that's not necessarily true, even though it might be our strong suit and others can catch up in that regard. We can be better at instilling boundaries, knowing when to say no so that we can give ourselves that energy, and also knowing when to ask for help instead of just believing that we always have to do it all alone. So I feel like that's the ultimate energy here, working in the 8th house for you over the next 18 months here. I also want to mention that the 8th house is also about psychological transformation, death, and rebirth, as well as deep emotional intimacy. So there's also this energy of cycle breaking, generational curse breaking around psychological dramas. And you are most likely, more than many signs, going to be feeling this deep sense of rebirth within this area. So let's take a deeper look using the tarot. What are you asked to focus on during the next 18 months regarding shared resources, emotional intimacy, psychological rebirth? What are you asked to focus on for blessing and opportunity? The 10 of Wands. Wow. So, first of all, the affirmation says, I love and care for myself first. So, that reminds me of what I said about Cancer risings need to have the courage to instill healthy boundaries and not feel guilty about saying no or asking for space, so that you can take care of yourself first. Because if you don't fill your own cup, you have nothing to pour into others. So please remember that. The 10 of Wands is also about burdens of responsibility, feeling like you are the only one doing it all the time. So, and this actually came up in one of my personal readings with the Two of Swords. Like, I need to have a change of thought about what's my burden and what's other people's burden, because sometimes we care so much and we want to give so much because we can feel others' pain, we can feel what they need, and we just want to give it to them. But then, is it our burden to bear all the time? Do we need to be consistently micromanaging other people's emotions, or do we need to have the self-awareness and the courage and the sense of self-respect and respect of the other, that it's their own journey, it's their own process, and over-giving, over-caring is not necessarily helpful if it doesn't give that person the opportunity to feel their own pain and work through their own issues without our guidance and our assistance, which ultimately is going to be the best for them as far as learning resilience. So definitely the 10 of Wands, as far as a blessing and an opportunity, is redefining what's your burden and what you just have to kind of step back and allow others to bear, but from a place of this compassionate, knowing, understanding presence. Let's take a look now at Leo moving into your second house. Remember, this is about your possessions, your earned income, and resources that you have that you bring in personally. So the South Node is about what we are releasing, what we're moving away from, what we are already good at. So this is an opportunity to release over identifying with your possessions and allowing your income to bring you security, because it's not necessarily what you make that makes you secure, but how you identify with the frequency of abundance. If you can identify with that emotion of abundance, what does abundance feel like in all areas of your life? Then you can naturally align with the frequency that will allow you to attract that. Not only abundance of possessions and resources, money, and all the material needs, but abundance of time, abundance of community, abundance of support, abundance of well-being and beauty and simplicity in your life as well. So by releasing the need for security around earned income or your material possessions, it allows you to refocus on what security really is, and it always comes forth from within you first. So let's take a deeper look at this question right away. What are you asked to let go of, to release out of your comfort zone this next 18 months? We have align with your higher path. The more you align with your soul's truth, the less resistance you will face. Flow with purpose, not pressure. Exactly. So when it comes to your money and your possessions in your life, it's time to flow with purpose, not pressure. Not pressure yourself to have more or to make more, but to align with the flow of abundance. What does that truly mean for you in your life? So when you can align with your soul's definition of abundance and security, then it allows you to magnetically attract all forms of abundance that are aligned with your higher self, which means real emotional fulfillment surrounding the material possessions and resources that you deeply desire, not just keeping up with the Joneses, not just I have to earn this much or make this much to identify with success. How can you change your definition of success? It doesn't take away the value of actually having enough. There's nothing wrong with desiring money and even more valuable things in your life, but over identifying with them and finding your sense of self and security within them is a whole other thing entirely. So that is what you're being asked to let go of, is feeling secure because you have things or you have money in the bank account, and instead identify with your higher self and your higher calling when it comes to what value really means, what success and abundance really mean, truly deeply from your soul's perspective. Let's ask this question again with the tarot. What are you asked to release or move away from related to possessions or money and security around thereof? We have the Judgment card. This affirmation says, I look back with compassion for myself. So number one, you're asked to give yourself grace, no matter how you feel around that area, no matter if you feel abundant or lack. Just give yourself grace. It's okay wherever you stand in that area of your life. Now, the Judgment card is about spiritual awakening, making choices that align with your soul's will for your life, not just your ego or the fear-based perspective, especially in our society where we feel we need to do more, we need to be more, we need to have more in order to identify with success. And the way I've seen it in my life is that there are so many people who reach that measure of success where they have millions of dollars, they're famous, they're just everything, have everything, whatever. And some of them are still very miserable and going through life crises. So if people can still reach that level of what we call success and still be unfulfilled, then that means that that is not the definition of fulfillment. That is not the true definition of success. You know, people who accomplish that, where can you go from that? So a lot of people have a spiritual breakdown. Even if you're not a millionaire or famous, you know, that's what midlife crisis is. It's like, even if you're in a profession that you really don't like, that's not soul fulfilling, but you stay there because it offers you security, because you need to provide, you need to make ends meet, but it's slowly sucking the life out of your soul every day you clock in. We really need to redefine what it means to succeed and what security is. And so that's ultimately the journey that you're going on as Leo is moving into your second house over the next 18 months, is how you can redefine success to be in alignment with your higher path, your higher calling. So you may be wanting to change careers if you're still working. You may want to finally pursue your soul's calling, that dream that didn't feel practical. It's time to realize that fulfilling that deep urge and that passion within you is the most practical thing that you can ever do. And the more you do it, the more successful you will actually be. And as Leo in your second house, part of your earned income and your resources should be around expressing yourself, shining your light authentically, bravely, without fear of judgment. So if you're not doing that in whatever way that you're earning income, then maybe it's time to consider an avenue that would allow you to express your authentic light more. Now we're going to ask the question, what will help you overcome any challenges and experience the most success while Aquarius is in your 8th house? What will allow you to overcome challenges and success the most over the next 18 months during this nodal shift? Ooh. We have honor your growth. Growth is a journey, not a destination. Honor where you are right now and celebrate your progress. So it reminds me of what I was just saying about needing to redefine what success is, and honoring the fact that you are so much better, so much wiser, so much stronger than you were even yesterday, especially, 10 years ago. So we have to understand that it's not about accomplishing things necessarily. It's about the experience and the growth that we achieve along the way. It's about who we become in order to accomplish those goals. So the way that you can overcome challenges is releasing any perfectionism, any desire to be anywhere other, further along, have more, do more, be more than you have right now or than you are doing right now. Just give yourself grace and compassion for the journey that you are on, and also never compare your journey to anyone else's, because each soul has their own lessons and their own evolution to go through. So if you're comparing your journey to someone else's, it's comparing a tree to a rose bush. So we also have a card that says shape your future. You are the creator of your future. Make choices that reflect your highest self. Wow, the Judgment card. So again, this is about moving towards fulfillment and success that is truly yours, that isn't defined by society, your parents, or even your former version of yourself's expectation of what success should look and feel like for you. As you go on this soul searching discovery journey, you're being given the opportunity to create the life that is most fulfilling for you. So having the clarity on what means the most to you is exceptionally important at this time. So honoring where you are, giving yourself grace and compassion for how much you have grown already, how much you have achieved and accomplished, not comparing or needing to be anywhere else than where you are, And as you do that, and as you redefine success and align with your soul's version of fulfillment, then you are shaping the future that is most fulfilling for you. Let's use the tarot to ask this question again. What will help you overcome challenges during the next 18 months? We have the Six of Wands. I love it. It says, I am proud of what I achieve and I accept my rewards. So it definitely reminds me of what I said about the honor your growth card. The Six of Wands is about recognizing yourself as a success and allowing others to celebrate in that as well. But it starts within yourself, being proud of where you are and what you've accomplished and achieved, and feeling in alignment and in your truth and in your power, so that others can see, just like that Leo, others can see your authentic radiant light as well, not dimming it down, not playing small, not staying in your shell for fear of judgment. So yes, leaning into being seen, being valued, but doing that for yourself first without fear. Let's get another card for this question. What will help you overcome any challenges and experience the most success over the next 18 months? We have the Five of Wands in reverse. Okay, so the Five of Wands is about competition, and I am getting the sense that this is specifically related to codependency when it comes to needing other people's validation for your achievements and your success. You don't need anybody to understand who you are, what you're doing, or what you're going through, as long as you do first. Because especially if you're doing some shifting and changing in your career or your personal life overall, a lot of people may ask questions, they may doubt you, but you have to pursue your higher path and your soul's calling, because the more you do, you will be misjudged and misunderstood initially. But the more you lean into it, people are going to understand, wow, look at you. You are in your full essence. I see you. I appreciate you. So releasing people pleasing and the need for other people's validation and, again, competing with others or comparing yourself to other people's journey is going to be exceptionally important for you. So next, we're going to take a look at what potential changes or outcome you might expect at the end of all this growth during the next 18 months. What change or outcome might you expect at the end of the next 18 months? Ooh, clear the karmic weight. First, I'm drawn to all the lightness, the sun, the feathers flying free. So just the colors and the imagery on this card, I feel is just a symbolic essence of what outcome you're going to experience. This freedom, this lightness, this self-expression. So it says, clear the karmic weight. This is the outcome. The past still lives in what you haven't faced. Name the weight you carry and choose to release it now. So I feel like that's especially what you're going to be going on through this next 18 months, is doing a lot of shadow work to really know what value is to you, what self-expression is to you, and aligning more with your feelings, your desires than what other people need from you or expect from you. And it's going to be incredibly freeing and powerful. It's going to give you a sense that you're able to hold your own and be your own person without so much other people, other expectations, needs, desires, burdens, conflicting with who you are and what you're really meant to accomplish in the world. And I feel that your community will rally around you and support you more from a place of empowerment, that Six of Wands energy, as you do this work for yourself. It's going to be more balance and more reciprocity for your community around you. So let's use the tarot to answer this question again. What change or outcome? Ooh, the Magician. Beautiful. So that aligns with the Shape Your Future card. You will have more awareness of how you are creating your experiences and your reality. you will start to move more in a direction in every area of your life that is more aligned with inner deep fulfillment and your soul's calling instead of societal expectations or demands, which means that your life is going to feel, like I said, more powerful, more aligned, more independent, but within the collective. Like your path matters just as much as the other people that you support as well. Let's get one more card for this question. What change or outcome might you expect at the end of these 18 months? Ooh, I love this. It's the Four of Pentacles, and the affirmation says, I trust I am always safe and protected. And this is true security, root chakra confidence, and this knowingness that because you're alive, you are supported and protected. You are safe. There's a benevolent force that wants you to thrive. The Four of Pentacles, ironically enough, is about financial security, having enough and feeling like you're thriving. And the shadow aspect of this card is not getting too preoccupied with holding on to what you have, because then that's a frequency of lack, even if you have a lot. So I love that this card is showing up in these houses for you because, again, there's this redefinition of abundance and success that makes what you build up as far as your material resources even more aligned, which means that it won't be from a place of force, but it will be from a place of flow. And remember, money is currency and it loves to flow. It doesn't want to be held on to from this place of fear and insecurity, because the more you try to hold on to water, it'll slip through your fingers. All right, beautiful soul. So that's a deeply aligned security and manifestation of abundance from your higher self's perspective. What a beautiful reading. I love this so much for you and for myself. I'm claiming it. If you love this energy, if you're claiming this reading for yourself, go ahead and comment Cancer Rising down below and also like this video now. If you're new here, go ahead and hit the subscribe button as we release new readings every week you don't want to miss. And in the event you would like a deeper personal reading for yourself, there's a link available in the description box below to book that at any time. Until the next time I get to read for you, I'm sending you so much peace and love. Welcome in, Leo rising. This July 26th, you are going through a big transit. We have Aquarius moving into your 7th house of personal relationships. So you're learning how to have balanced, cooperative, harmonious, and equitable partnerships in your life at this time. Then Leo is moving into your 1st house, your sense of self, which is all about your identity and the person you express and represent. And because Leo is the celebrity energy of the zodiac, and because this is moving into the South Node, this is less about seeking validation externally and finding that sense of validation and self-love and self-worth within your own sense of self and identity. So let's take a deeper look now at what opportunities, what blessings are coming in for you to focus on related to your 7th house of relationships. What blessings, what opportunities are coming into your 7th house over the next 18 months? Forgive yourself. Forgiveness isn't for others, it's for you. Free yourself from guilt and shame. So if there's any hardened resentments, any areas of grief that you're holding on to related to your most important relationships, so namely your spouse or your partner or any partners you had in the past or any prominent personal or professional relationships, there's any burdens of resentment, guilt, or shame surrounding that, this isn't a time to focus on forgiveness, because remember, any anger, that you hold on to is really poisoning your energy, not necessarily the other person. So releasing any of that anger or resentment that you have and forgiving and accepting the situation as it was, as it is going to bring you this sense of more balance overall in your relationship. So more understanding, more grace, and more compassion. Forgiving other people doesn't release them from what they may have done to you, but it releases you from the grip of the pain of identifying with what they did and being victimized by it. Let's use the tarot to dive in deeper. What blessings and opportunities are coming for your seventh house? We have the Page of Wands. The affirmation says, I am always open to good news. And this is about new opportunities coming in that are more passionate, but from this place of childlike wonder and innocence and curiosity about what can expand regarding your desires and your passions, specifically related to your seventh house. So freeing yourself from the weight of anger, shame, guilt, resentment in your relationships, past, present, or future, is going to open the floodgates for more passion, more adventure, more fun overall, more sense of enjoyment and satisfaction when it comes to your deepest personal relationships. Let me use the tarot to answer this one more time. What blessing and opportunity is coming in for your seventh house of partnerships in the next 18 months? We have the Magician in reverse. Interesting. I'm getting the sense with this, it's something related to that growth is going to occur most when the goals, the desires, the adventures are shared, and not necessarily what you want, but the goals of the partnership. So whether that's in business or love or your personal relationships, what would be fun for everyone? Not just what you want to do, but what do we want to do, and how can we work on that goal together? Because Aquarius is about the collective goal, not the personal goal. So the Magician in reverse, and as it says on this card, I manifest perfectly what I desire. I think what's changing is that it's we manifest perfectly what we desire. Yes, so a less on personal goals, less emphasis on personal goals and more on shared desires and dreams, and how you can work in tandem with the most important partners in your life to move that dream forward. So now let's take a look at Leo moving into your first house. And remember, the South Node is about what you're releasing and moving away from. So a shifting of identity is taking place for you over the next 18 months. Let's take a deeper look at this. What are you asked to release? What comfort zone are you asked to move away from related to your sense of self and identity? We have face what you've avoided. Avoidance is a chain in disguise. What you're not willing to face still controls you. And clear negative energy. Negative energy keeps you stuck. Clear it and create space for the positive flow of life. So I'm getting a sense here that you will know most personally what this means for you related to your sense of self and identity and expression in the world. What have you avoided? What negative energy have you not cleaned? And maybe there's dust and debris and it's stagnant energy literally in your home, literally in your body, which is your temple, your spiritual home. What have you avoided related to your environment or your inside self? You know, are there any shadows or demons or addictions or fears that you're holding on to, resentments that you haven't let go of, that it's time to really face and no longer deal with them from, a place of toxic coping mechanisms such as drinking, drugs, shopping, relationships, anything external that you don't look in the mirror, right? It's easy to not face your own pain when you're focused on looking outside of you. So, any pain or negativity that you've been holding on to that's been weighing you down, that it's time to clean out of your system, your body, your mind, your soul, your environment, that's what's going to be the focus for you over the next 18 months. Let's use the tarot to dive into this deeper. What comfort zone are you moving away from in your sense of self and identity over the next 18 months? We have the 10 of Wands. The affirmation says, I love and care for myself first. So remember, releasing that external focus and turning all that energy inwards to give yourself all the love, support, care, and nurturance that you need, all the validation that you need coming from within, so that you don't continue to operate from low vitality and just this sense of like not even knowing yourself or defining your own self. Let's get another card to clarify. What comfort zone are you asked to let go of? The Eight of Cups. This says, I accept my situation without resistance. And this is literally walking away from something you've built, a sense of self and identity that you've been wearing like a turtle shell on your back and carrying with you. What do you need to address and let go of that's weighing you down that you no longer need to identify with? What old story or belief are you still carrying that is no longer relevant for where you want to go next? Okay, you don't have to keep telling the old story. You can throw that book away if you want to, if it's not suiting you. You can burn that book. You can write a whole new one. You can write a whole volume of books telling your new story, your new identity. Okay, so yes, a complete new chapter of clearing out everything that doesn't serve who you are, who you truly want to be, and where you're moving forward towards next, and being courageous and willing to walk away and turn the page and start a new story in your life overall. So that's very beautiful. Now we're going to take a look at what will help you overcome any challenges and experience the most success over the next 18 months. Change your fate. Oh my gosh. It says your story isn't fixed. It's unfolding with every choice you make. Claim your power and write a new ending. What did I say? I said you could write a whole new volume of books if you want to. It's a blank page. You get to create the story, but you have to take off the mask, take off that turtle shell of identity and beliefs that you've been carrying that may have served you up until this point in time. But if it's been from a place of coping instead of thriving, then it's time to change your fate and write a new story that is much more personally fulfilling for this new version of you that you are discovering at this time. Let's use the tarot to ask this question. How can you overcome any challenges and experience the most success in the next 18 months? The Ace of Cups. I welcome new love and I trust what it brings. The Ace of Cups is about new love coming in, but also making sure your heart is open and receptive to that love, making sure you know what you desire when it comes to your seventh house of partnerships, not just accepting anything because it's validating in the moment, but it's not soul fulfilling in the long run. Changing your fate, if anything, in your house of partnerships is not fulfilling. Not carrying guilt, shame, resentments, regret from the past into the future. Just because something happened in the past doesn't mean it's going to happen again. But if you're afraid, then you are repeating the past and you're creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. Okay? So open your heart to new love. Welcome what it brings. be willing to write a new story that you desire? Let's get one more card for this question. How can you experience the most success and overcome any challenges in the next 18 months? The Chariot, yes, it says, I go forward with confidence. And the Chariot is about using obstacles and challenges as fuel to persevere towards your victory. And it's often in hindsight that we look back on the most challenging moments in our life and realize that they taught us the most. They gave us the most resilience and strength. We grew from them more than we could have. We learned more about ourselves and what we need more than we could have or would have without that challenging experience. So, yes, just move forward with confidence, not allowing the suffering or the pain or the challenges of the past to dictate your fate and your story. Burn the book if you have to, okay? All right, beautiful soul. Now let's answer the question, what changes or outcome you can potentially expect at the end of these 18 months? Break free from emotional dependence. Didn't I say that? True independence comes from within. Free yourself from emotional reliance on others. Now, this is something that most Leos do have an issue with, needing that external validation, someone else to tell you how good you are, how beautiful you are, how much they value you for you to feel that for yourself. But at certain times, you need to be able to buoy up that sense of self-worth and self-love from within so that you don't get roped into codependent relationships that aren't soul fulfilling just because you needed some love or some attention or some validation that ultimately drains you in the end. So over the next 18 months, at the end of this experience, this journey of growth and rediscovering yourself, you will have moved closer towards breaking free of any dependence or need for external validation or emotional support from others. Doesn't mean that you won't get it, but that it will be more authentically aligned if you can well it up from within you instead of needing it from others. All right, let's get some tarot. What changes or outcome can you potentially expect at the end of these 18 months? Ah, I love it. The 10 of Cups. It says, I have all I wish for in my relationships. So beautiful. As you rediscover your sense of self, you no longer need to depend on anyone for any emotional support. You bring it all from within, all your self-love, all your self-care. You release any resentments of the past. You align with what you desire for your new story in love and relationship. You manifest it perfectly. This is the most beautiful card for emotional harmony and fulfillment in relationships. So as your final outcome over the next 18 months, I think it makes all the challenge worth it. And I love that you had the Ace of Cups as something to lean into to overcome challenge and experience success. And then you have the final reward and manifestation of that, which is the final fulfillment. So I love that for you. Let me get one more card. What change or outcome can you potentially expect? Ooh, I love this. The Queen of Swords. I protect what matters to me. So this reminds me of what I said of having emotional independence, because the Queen of Swords is so logical, so discerning. Her judgment is so keen and fierce. She's willing to cut away anything that doesn't serve her ultimate good. She can be compassionate and emotional if she needs to be, but she doesn't rely on that, which allows more authentically aligned, emotional, fulfilling partnerships to result from that keen judgment as well. So I love that for you. It's so beautiful. All right, my Leo rising, if you claim this reading, if you want this energy for yourself over the next 18 months, go ahead and comment Leo rising down below, and also like this video now. If you're new here, go ahead and subscribe as we release new readings every week you don't want to miss. And in the event you would like a deeper personal reading for yourself, there's a link available in the description box below to book that at any time. And until the next time I get to read for you, I'm sending you so much peace and love. Welcome in, my Virgo risings. This July 26th, Aquarius is moving into your 6th house and Leo is moving into your 12th house. So the 6th house is actually Virgo's energy overall. This is the house of routine, wellness, what we do every day, the work that we do. So as Aquarius moves into this area, you are perhaps being asked to focus more on communal acts of service and wellness and work related to the collective. And as Leo moves into your 12th house, you are being asked to move away from, to let go of addictions, self-sabotage, isolationism, not being able to feel supported by your community, or feeling alone and like you can't move out in the world in a way that is successful, which makes sense as your work and your wellness, your routine is going to be more collective and communal focused rather than personal and independent. So let's take a deeper look at this and see what blessings, what opportunities are coming into your 6th house over the next 18 months. What should you be aware of as Aquarius moves into your 6th house? What blessings, what opportunities will you be focusing on? It says, shatter the false story. What you keep telling yourself might not be the truth. Break the illusion and meet your soul without the mask. So that definitely reminds me of what I said about the 12th house and releasing the illusions, the self-sabotage, the story, the version of yourself that you might be telling yourself or others that it's time to move away from. So let's take a deeper look at this with the tarot and see exactly what false story you might be shattering related to wellness, work, routines. The Eight of Wands. The Eight of Wands is about speed, momentum, and progress. So maybe this is the energy of needing to work too hard or do too much all the time, and maybe relying on your community as well to work as a team. That definitely makes sense because Virgo is the critiquing eye of the zodiac, the organizer, the perfectionist, and it's a really good quality that you have. But if you over identify with that, like I can only do it all, I have to do it because I'm the only one that does it right, then that can weigh you down and that can burden you and burn you out over time, needing to be the only one that can always do it right. And maybe learning to delegate more, right? So that may be the false story that you're telling yourself, is that other people aren't capable. And so you have to keep all the balls up in the air. And if you let anything go, then it's all going to fall apart. Maybe there's a new story that you can tell about generating more proficient support from your community and people that you can genuinely rely on so that you can free up some energy for holistic wellness and well-being. Let's get one more card for this question. What blessing, what opportunity are you asked to focus on as Aquarius moves into your 6th house over the next 18 months? The Ace of Swords, yes. So this is definitely about telling a new story, having a completely new idea, vision, and inspiration about what success means for you now. And this card does say, I am ready for a breakthrough to success. Okay. All right, my beautiful soul. We're going to take a look now at the 12th house and see what comfort zone are you asked to move away from? What are you asked to release related to isolationism, self-sabotage, addictions, or toxic coping mechanisms? What are you asked to let go of? It says, honor the contract. Some lessons were written before you arrived. Facing them now completes the soul agreement. Wow. So this definitely reminds me of 12th house energy, like a soul karmic lesson that you brought into this experience. So if there is any self-sabotage that you can identify, perhaps it was needed for you to experience in some way so that you can overcome it. That's very interesting. Let me get another card to clarify what this soul contract might be, what this self-sabotage, addiction, or shadow in the 12th house might be that you came to work through in this lifetime. What did you come to work through in your 12th house in this lifetime? What did you come to work through in this lifetime? Restore the broken self. Parts of you were left behind in pain. Call them home. You are ready to become whole again. So, yes, if you believe in past lives, this can indicate that in a previous lifetime, you didn't find your whole sense of self. You were broken, you were lost. However, your contract in this lifetime is to heal the parts of yourself that were broken before that you didn't get to heal. Maybe you did have toxic coping mechanisms or addictions to deal with those broken parts of you instead of repairing and healing and bringing yourself into this whole cohesive, holistic version of your authentic self. So that's possible. So if you do have any self-sabotaging tendencies in this lifetime that you can't understand why it's so hard to overcome them, why you keep reverting back to them, it may be from a past life. And now your task is to retrieve all those fractures of your identity, of yourself, so that you can finally free yourself of the need to cope in any means beyond just finding peace and satisfaction and well-being within your soul and also within your community and the work that you do in the world. So let's use the tarot to answer this question deeper. What comfort zone are you asked to move away from? We have the Queen of Swords. Now, the Queen of Swords is about having great discernment and keen judgment. I'm almost getting like this is a lamp in the darkness because the 12th house is a place you can't see. It's a place of shadows, hidden pieces. And the Queen of Swords is like a lamp. It brings awareness, it brings clarity, it brings discernment, and it cuts away any threads that are tying you to the darkness with swiftness, with no hesitation. Okay, so releasing the lack of clarity that keeps you stuck in murkiness, in loss and confusion, not understanding who you are or why you're doing the things that you're doing, but having keen awareness and judgment on what you want for yourself and how to overcome any challenges preventing you from accomplishing that in your life. Let's get one more card for this question. What are you releasing or letting go of related to the 12th house? The Five of Cups. This is about grief, and it is about holding on to the pain of the past. Now, this can really be related to a past life, but it also can be related to any grief that you haven't addressed in this lifetime that you use any sort of coping mechanism to handle instead of meeting it with awareness, with a swift cut of discernment, of judgment, and not allowing that grief to poison your soul. Okay. So now, beautiful soul, we are going to take a look at what will help you overcome any challenges and experience the most success over the next 18 months. How can you overcome any challenges and have the most successful experience in the next 18 months? Oh, that's a lot. Let me just take the first one. Okay, wow. Okay. It says, trust the lesson, not the pain. That's exactly what we were just saying over here. You weren't meant to stay hurt. The pain was the messenger. The wisdom is what you carry forward. Yeah, so that's what I was saying, because with that contract and that brokenness in your 12th house, and me saying that maybe you were supposed to experience some addiction, some pain, some self sabotage that you couldn't really identify or name or overcome, because it was a part of your karmic lesson in this lifetime to retrieve the broken parts of you. So maybe that's why it was so hard. Like you just had this monkey on your back. Like you just, no matter what you try, you can't overcome it, because that pain was a lesson for you to experience so that you can finally heal it. Okay? Trust the lesson, not the pain. The pain is only a teacher. So the lesson and the wisdom that you carry forward is what's most important. So remembering that over the next 18 months is really going to allow you to accept and not feel guilty or shame or regret for any challenges that you've had in your life, but just use them as teachers so that you could see that, yes, this taught me this. I'm resilient. I'm strong. I'm capable. I am not that pain. I am not that wound. I am not that addiction, whatever the case may be for you personally. All right, beautiful soul. Let me get some tarot to answer this question. How can you overcome any challenges and have the most success during the next 18 months? The Knight of Wands. I make decisions without pressure. The Knight of Wands is about, once you know your direction, you know what you're passionate about, what's lighting you on fire, with a goal, with a vision, with a dream, an idea, destination, like being ready to finally kick that habit or create healthier wellness routines that rely on the support of your community. Once you have that clarity, then this is about just moving forward, one step at a time, one day at a time, not pressuring yourself, not trying to prove anything to anyone, but just letting that drive and that sense of like fire to pull you forward one step at a time. Let's get another card. How can you overcome any challenges and have the most successful experience in the next 18 months? The Ace of Wands, yes. It says, I am inspired to follow my passion. So another Wands card, just all about what you're passionate about, what you dream, what you desire, what fuels you, what lights you up. So to experience the most success, it's time to have new hobbies. Reminds me of the sixth house. And I am getting the sense that they will be more community oriented. So finding your tribe, finding your like-hearted community, the people who enjoy the same things. If you don't know what you enjoy, if you need to find a new passion, then just trying new things, jumping into new organizations, new communities, new activities in your environment, in your local community, just to get a taste of what you like, who you like, and what resonates with you. And that's going to help you focus more on moving forward in a productive way versus falling back into the same old pain and triggers that make you do things that maybe aren't in your highest and best good. All right, beautiful soul. Now let's take a look at what change or outcome you can potentially expect after all of this growth, after all this journeying over the next 18 months. What change or outcome can you potentially expect at the end of 18 months? Wow. Release past wounds. Old wounds hold your energy hostage. Let go of what no longer serves you and make space for healing. I don't think I need to add any commentary to that. That is so perfect. Trust the lesson, not the pain. Release the past wounds. Don't let it hold you hostage. Make space for healing. Oh my God, so profound. All right, a couple more tarot cards to finish off your reading today. What change or outcome can you potentially expect in the next 18 months? a change. Yes, the Nine of Cups. The affirmation says, I trust in the flow of life. And the Nine of Cups is about the reward of all the emotional labor you're going to be doing. Because this is just feeling like, yes, my wish has come true. My dream has come true. I feel rewarded. I feel fulfilled. I feel happy. I feel successful. Okay, so if you haven't felt emotionally successful or rewarded in your life, as you do this shadow work, you release all this wounds and this pain and this self-sabotage, whatever that means for you personally, you're going to come, it's going to look just like this release of the pain, a freedom of the heart, more enjoyment and satisfaction and sense of self and the work you do in the community and the spaces that you fill up. I love this reading, and it does feel very relieving. So I hope you feel that too. All right, my beautiful soul, if you resonate with this reading and you want to claim it for yourself, comment Virgo rising down below and like this video now. And if you're new here, go ahead and subscribe as we release new readings every week you don't want to miss. And in the event you would like a deeper personal reading for yourself, there's a link available in the description box down below to book that at any time. And until the next time I get to read for you, I'm sending you so much peace and love. Welcome in, my beautiful Libra risings. This July 26th, the North Node is shifting into your Aquarius 5th house of passion and creativity. And the South Node is going into Leo, which is your 11th house of friendships and community networks. So what this means overall is that for the next 18 months, with the North Node in your 5th house, you are going to be leaning into more authentic self-expression and play, more use of your creativity and your passions. And if you don't know what that is, then this is a time of more self-discovery and expression in that area. And now the South Node is what we're asked to leave behind, release, or let go of. So with Leo in your 11th house, this means that you are going to be re-evaluating your friendships. Anything superficial, any relationships, networks, communities that no longer serve you, it's going to be time to really decide whether it's worth continuing in that direction or not. And more than likely, you will want to lean more on your individual passions and self-expressions than placating superficial friendships. So let's dive into the 5th house, and this is the area of opportunity. So let's find out more what you should focus on in this area over the next 18 months. What opportunities are coming up for your 5th house of passion, creativity, romance, and even children? Change your fate. Your story isn't fixed. It's unfolding with every choice you make. Claim your power and write a new ending. So it's time for you to change your fate related to your passions and how you express yourself in the world, how you express yourself and enjoy romance in your life, how you handle your relationships with your children, if that applies to you. So overall, over the next 18 months, it's just going to be a time of self-discovery, writing a new story about what you enjoy and how you are going to express your authentic joy into the world. So let's use the tarot to take a deeper look at this. What new blessing or opportunity are you asked to focus on while Aquarius is in the North Node? We have the Three of Wands. This is perfect. The Three of Wands is about focusing on what you're manifesting, what passions you want to bring to life into the world, what dreams you may be left behind or considered not practical. This is an opportunity to really set your goals for the next 5, 10, 15 years and look forward. Set your sights, set your target, but based on what you deeply desire within, for fun, for joy, for passion, for creativity, for romance, for pleasure in your life. Don't play it safe or play it small in this area. Like it said, it's time to change your fate. Everybody is creative. You have the ability to bring to life anything that is most important and desirable for you. So ask yourself that question. What would I love to bring to life? What do I desire most? And if I don't know what that is, how can I take the time to discover that so that I can focus on that and bring it to life? Because whatever you focus on is what you're manifesting, whether it's by default or by intention. So let's get one more card. Ooh, oh, wow. Okay. Okay. We have the Magician. It says, I manifest perfectly what I desire. And this is exactly what I was just talking about. In order to manifest what you desire, you have to be extremely clear about what that is and focused on your target without exception. That's the only way to bring it to life, because once you're focused, once you have faith, then life is going to show you signs step by step to take along the way. So, yes, follow your bliss this next 18 months. That's really going to be the most successful opportunity for fulfillment in your life in the next few months to come. So let's take a dive into the area that you're asked to release, which is the 11th house of fake friendships or superficial networks, communities that you just no longer click with anymore. So let's take a look now. What comfort zones are you asked to release related to your 11th house? I'm also getting the sense it's about a need for external validation from your network or your community or your friendships, because this is more about validating you and your own passions from your sense of knowing within versus needing to tell anybody what you're doing or need for them to care or understand. What are you asked to let go of related to friendships and communities and even long-term goals? Face control issues. Trying to control others only limits your own freedom. Let go of the need for control and trust in the flow. Very interesting. So there's something related to control in your friendship groups. So you could feel like others are trying to control you or dominate you or just not see from your perspective. As a Libra rising, you are the diplomat. So you are the one who's most often maybe trying to control the peace and control the narrative of the people around you, but maybe it's not necessarily healthy or, it's necessary for you to do that anymore. Maybe you could be more in the flow in an environment with like-hearted and like-minded people who are having the same passions or moving in the same direction of life that you are overall. So you don't need to control the flow of peace if it doesn't really, if it feels too heavy, if it feels forced. It might be time to consider connections that feel more fluid, more inspired, more just a deep sense of relaxation and knowingness of the connection versus trying to make it happen. Let's get some tarot to clarify. We have the Four of Cups. It says, I listen to my heart and follow my knowing. The Four of Cups is about disappointment and looking at, what's gone wrong, what's frustrating us, not seeing how colorful or how magical or how beautiful something is. So this could really indicate that your relationships have been disappointing for you, that they're no longer full of passion, full of pleasure, full of that excitement of people who are just on the same wavelength. It may be more of a burden in some ways. So again, you're asked to focus more on fulfilling your own passions and even discovering friendships and networks, organizations that are in alignment with the passions that you enjoy. That could be more than likely what you would inspire you, what would feel fulfilling in your network, is if it's related to the passions that you either know you enjoy or you are discovering at this time. So let's get one more card for this question. What are you asked to let go of in your networks, your friendships, long-term goals? What is no longer satisfying you in this area? The Two of Wands. I focus on what I want and make it happen. So the Two of Wands is literally about deciding to stay in the same place, the same circles, the same friendships, or move on to something that is more exciting, more passionate, and more fulfilling. So it leads to the Three of Wands, which you also have, which is like, okay, once you decide that you're going to leave your comfort zone, you're going to follow your passions, then that's the next part of your journey. So you do have a decision to make if you want to continue to remain in a place that feels small or stuck or not in alignment anymore, or would you rather pursue the networks, the communities, the friendships, and the long-term goals that are a stretch, a reach, maybe make you anxious and afraid to follow that passion because of the unknown. But I have to tell you, following your passion is the most practical thing you can do. And I'm a living testament to that, because once you understand the law of attraction and the power of your intention and your faith, and you see the signs and you see things align for you, there will be no question in the long run. But it does take that initiative of faith and courage to pursue something new when you haven't seen the results yet. So, and I am getting the sense that it's possible that your friends or community are out of touch with this next version of you and your life story. Like perhaps they like to gossip, or they like to party, or or they're just like, like to talk about negative things, what's going on, what's going wrong in the world. And you're just like, you know what? I don't want to talk about this stuff. I don't want to think about this stuff. I just want to focus on my passion. I just want to focus on the positive. I just want to move forward. I want to manifest new, exciting things in my life. I don't want to be brought down by negative Nancy's around me. So that is possibly an issue that you will have to face over the next 18 months as well. So the next question we're going to ask for you is, what will help you overcome any challenges so that you can experience the most success over the next 18 months? How can you overcome any challenges and experience the most success? Unblock the flow. When your energy is stuck, nothing moves. Start small. Clean a space, cry it out, speak a truth. Movement is medicine. So this reminds me of the Four of Cups, because it's a stagnant emotional energy where you're just disappointed and frustrated and stuck. And the best way to get out of that energy is to clean your house, organize your environment, get rid of stuff you no longer need, because that moves energy around you. Cry, scream, garden, pull up some weeds, wash the dishes, fold your clothes that are sitting in the corner, whatever you have to do. Write, journal, release, burn your thoughts, feelings. Just move the energy. And that is actually incredibly creative, which a lot of people don't think they're creative because that energy is just stuck and blocked, especially by, just doing the same thing all the time, not changing their environment, not changing their routine, even taking a new route to work every day or something to change the neuroplasticity in your brain, to reroute the neural pathways, is definitely going to be incredibly inspiring. So small things, changing up your environment, changing up how you operate your day-to-day reality, is going to release more creative passion and ideas for you as well. So let's get some more information with the tarot. How can you unblock the flow? Ooh, beautiful. We have the Sun, the King of Pentacles, and the Six of Pentacles. So how can you unblock the flow? How can you experience the most success, overcome challenges? Okay. Now, number one, we have the Sun. And the Sun is about being optimistic and positive, just full of passion, innocence, and wonder. And the Six of Pentacles is about giving and receiving and this gratitude for what you have and being able to share and also get the good of the world too. So the more optimistic, the more generous, the more grateful you can feel for the simple things, the sun, the wind, like especially with your fifth house. This is like the artist house, you know, so seeing the beauty in the sunset and the birds chirping. And so I'm getting the sense that the more present you can be in your physical reality, especially in nature, you will be able to be grateful for the simplest of things, which is so inspiring. That is innocence and childlike wonder. Gratitude is bliss. All right. Realizing how abundant that you already are, everything that you have, the breath of life, the ability to think, the ability to feel. The King of Pentacles, it says, I am sure of my place in the world. The King of Pentacles is this very confident, very grounded, this energy of abundance. So there is this emphasis here on understanding true abundance, feeling abundant from within by being grateful for all that nature provides, all that the world provides, and also understanding that you are alive, you are a human being, you are a creative, fertile entity with an imagination that's you're here to use that. That's all. Your imagination is one of the greatest resources that you have available to you. So how can you give that Six of Pentacles? How can you give what you have within yourself, the wellspring of the passion of who you are as a unique individual that no one else on the planet can be you, based on your experiences, based on your desires, based on your unique way of viewing the world. Okay? So, by focusing on how abundant you already are, the riches, the fertility, the creativity that you've been given, and being courageous and bold and optimistic enough to share that with others around you is going to make you feel grounded, stable, loved, supported, carefree. Yes, what a beautiful, beautiful energy. I love this for you. So now, beautiful soul, we are going to take a look at what potential changes or outcome you might expect at the end of these 18 months. Ooh. Heal emotional trauma. You survived what hurt you. Now let the pain become the seed of wisdom, strength, and spiritual growth. I love this. So, a lot of creativity comes from the pain and alchemizing it. And so, this is an opportunity for you to find spiritual strength and wisdom from what you've survived. Like it says here, changing your fate, rediscovering your passions, and the courage and boldness to share it with the world is going to be incredibly emotionally healing. Just like I said, with, like it says here, unblock the flow, that Four of Cups, stagnant emotion, being creative in whatever ways resonate with you is going to release and heal any stuck emotional trauma. And it's also going to help inspire other people as well who need to hear your voice and your expression of what you've overcome and the wisdom you've gained in your life. So let's get a couple more cards to finish your reading today. What changes or outcome might you expect at the end of 18 months with the nodes in Aquarius and Leo? The Hierophant. Oh, this is so perfect. So number one, look at all the creative expressions on this card. And it says, I am ready to love and learn. That's exactly right. I am ready to love and learn and share your wisdom as well, because the Hierophant is about spiritual mentorship. This is about going on a self-discovery journey, even surrounding yourself with spiritual community, if that resonates with you, or at least the vibe that you really appreciate, and learning and loving and sharing and growing together. Okay, so this is going to be a spiritual creative journey for you, and you will feel inspired and uplifted. You will create new traditions, new beliefs for yourself. Let's get one more card. What changes or outcome can you expect at the end of 18 months? Yes, we have the moon. It says, my intuition guides me to the right decision. So there will be more sense of trusting yourself and your direction. The moon is about your subconscious reality. So perhaps the emotional traumas and beliefs that you've kept locked away. And through the course of focusing more on yourself and your passions instead of your networks and particularly superficial connections that are outdated, more and more is going to be released from within your subconscious, because you're focusing more on your internal world and your internal desires. And the only way to manifest with the Magician is to really discover what we believe at our core, especially that comes from a place of fear or trauma or limitation of any kind. Because whatever we believe we are limited by regarding our deepest desires, it's what's going to trap us in that reality. We cannot manifest what we desire if we don't uncover the root of what we believe to be true about that. Like, if you want more romance in your life, what do you genuinely believe about romance? Do you think romance is dead? Do you think romance and chivalry is dead? Do you think there are no good partners left out in the world? Do you believe that every time you get into a relationship, you will get hurt, or that you have to prove your value or worth? Those are limiting beliefs that will not allow you to experience the full expression of what you desire in romance. And other things can be true in your life beyond romance. What do you believe about yourself, your money, your career? Do you think you're creative at all? Do you think you're worthy to share what you love within you? So this is all going to be brought to the surface. And once you really discover what you believe about yourself and your life and your direction, then that's going to allow healing and spiritual growth and maturity, which then will allow the manifestation of all your deepest dreams, wishes, and desires. All right, my beautiful soul, I do hope you resonated with this reading, that it served you, gave you some peace and clarity regarding this nodal shift over the next 18 months. If you resonate and you want to claim this for yourself, comment Libra rising down below and like this video now. If you're new here, go ahead and subscribe, as we release new readings every week you don't want to miss. And in the event you would like a deeper personal reading for yourself, there's a link available in the description box below to book that at any time. Until the next time I get to read for you, I'm sending you so much peace and love. Welcome in, my Scorpio rising. This July 26th, the North Node is moving into your Aquarius 4th house, and the South Node is moving into your Leo 10th house. The 4th house is about your home, your family roots, the stability that you create for yourself, what feels safe, nurturing, and comfortable for you. So this is going to be more of your emphasis and focus, what you're asked to build upon. And now the 10th house is related to your public reputation or the work that you do in the world. And so anything that's outdated, not serving you, perhaps seeking external validation or ambitions that are no longer in your highest and best interest are going to ask to be released from you at this time. So now let's shift our focus to the 4th house of home and family. What blessing, what opportunity is going to be coming in for you in this area? We have choose with love. Love is the most powerful force. Choose love over fear, and your life will transform. So that's perfect for your 4th house. And we have release inner criticism. Silence the inner critic. Speak to yourself and others with kindness and watch your confidence soar. So, this is about releasing criticism within and projected without, and choosing love, choosing to speak kindly to yourself and to others. Instead of criticizing others, how can you lead by example? So, yes, that is the perfect focus for this area. So, let's dive in deeper with the tarot and find out more. What blessings are coming into your 4th house over the next 18 months? Whoa, this is so perfect. It says, the King of Cups, I am my own anchor. This is the perfect card for this combination because the King of Cups knows how to be grounded and emotionally stable in any challenging circumstance, no matter the highs and especially the lows. The King of Cups has so much understanding of others' emotions and wounds and why people behave the way they do. So this person, this energy is able to be so loving, so grounded, so compassionate, a safe place for others because they are a safe place within themselves. They've learned emotional intelligence. So emotional intelligence and harmony surrounding your home and anyone that you love that is involved in the stability of your home as well is going to be a huge focus for you. And you are going to be the one who's asked to lead by example in this area. So what that means for you personally is that you have to take accountability for any wounds or triggers that you bring to your relationship. So if you have children, how do you react to your children when they are challenging you? If you have a partner or a spouse, how do you react to them when they are challenging you? Do you point the finger and say, I'm blaming you for making me feel this way? Because no one can ever make you feel any way. They can say something or do something, and how you choose to respond is your responsibility. And it does take focusing inward and pointing the finger at yourself and really being honest with yourself and say, what did I contribute to the challenge in this interaction? And how can I be more responsible emotionally next time and take accountability for what I'm contributing rather than try to control how someone else behaves to make me feel better. And once you can do that, you can navigate any challenge with grace in your life. So that's going to be the primary focus here. So now let's take a deeper look at your 10th house and what you are asked to let go of in this area. What are you asked to leave behind while the North Node is in Leo over the next 18 months related to your career or your public reputation? Break the soul contract. Some bonds are meant for growth, not forever. When the lesson ends, the contract dissolves. You are free to walk away. So this can be a literal work contract of some kind where you decide that after a period of time, you no longer want to continue, that the opportunity served you in some way. This could be the pivoting of a career after many decades in an industry and realizing that, you know what, I'm done. I'm ready to do something new, and or I'm ready to retire as well, especially with the focus being on home in the fourth house. So some of you are retiring or considering it. Some of you are ready to change a new industry overall, or some of you are just ready to explore and pivot in a direction that maybe you have no idea what's next. And that could be related to the need for external validation related to your public reputations. Like, what would people say if I just quit my job, sold my house, and bought a boat and just traveled the world? Like, what would people think, you know? So maybe it's time to break the contract of what other people expect you to do or have seen you do over some years, or completely pivot in a whole new way, or retire altogether. So let's take a deeper look with the tarot. What are you asked to let go of? What comfort zone are you moving away from in your 10th house over the next 18 months? Wow, we have the Queen of Cups here too. It says, I trust my knowing and follow my heart. So this really reminds me of what I said about the example of just selling everything and traveling the world. That doesn't have to be what you're going to do, because that's a very extreme situation. If you're going to do that, more power to you. But overall, this is just about trusting your intuition, your inner knowing, your gut, your instincts versus what other people expect, or what, you know, is the practical or reliable thing to do. The most practical thing to do is follow your heart every time. So releasing any expectation beyond what your heart is being called to do is the focus here. So let's get another card. What are you asked to let go of in the next 18 months related to your career, your public reputation? We have the Knight of Swords. I choose my battles carefully. The Knight of Swords is about being swift and impulsive. Once you make a decision, you're just going to act on it. Now, because it says I choose my battles carefully, I get the sense that once you make a decision, you don't need to fight for it. You just need to know within your heart that that is what's right for you. So even if people call you crazy or just completely dumbfounded by your choice, especially if it's going to be a complete overhaul in your career of some kind, then just make that swift cut of a decision with inner knowing and trusting your gut. No need for proving anything to anyone or for them even understanding what you're going through. As long as you're trusting your intuition, it's going to be the right choice. It's going to work out every time, and they'll see in the long run. So you don't even necessarily have to fight for their approval or their understanding. So the next question we're going to ask is, what will help you overcome challenges so you can have the most successful experience over these next 18 months? How can you overcome any challenges? It says, untangle emotional dependency. When love feels like survival, it's not love, it's fear. You are safe without the attachment. When love feels like survival, it's not love, it's fear. You are safe without the attachment. So yes, this makes me feel again about trusting your own self, your inner knowing, your intuition, being compassionate with yourself as much as you're compassionate with others. Not needing other people to validate or understand you is going to be what helps you overcome any challenges, especially in your fourth house, because that is your home. So if love in your home doesn't feel like it's thriving, if it feels like survival, if it feels like a battle, if it feels like you have to walk on eggshells, then if that is a relationship that is optional, such as a romantic one, then you might need to consider if it's serving your ultimate good, if it can be saved, if it can be healed, if part of the healing is not being codependent for their approval, their validation, making sure you are honoring your own needs, your own desires, and listening to your own heart in that relationship. Okay. Yes. So not being codependent, learning to have emotional awareness and intelligence, taking personal emotional accountability, not only you, but teaching your children, if you have them, grandchildren, if you have them, how to take personal accountability for feelings and not project them onto others, to communicate feelings intelligently. How can you teach your partner, if you have one, now or in the future, to take accountability, to teach them how to treat you based on having emotional boundaries from a place of love and self-awareness? So that's going to be the primary growth concern here. So let's get a couple more tarot cards. How can you overcome any challenges and experience the most success? We have the Knight of Pentacles. This is about steady, long-term growth in your material resources. This card says, I deserve financial security. So how can you contribute to the long-term security and stability of your home? Does your home feel secure? Does it feel safe? Do you have enough? All right, that may be a primary focus, is how can you make your home feel even more secure? How can you make your loved ones feel even more secure? Let's get another tarot card. Ooh. Wow, we have another Knight, the Knight of Cups. And the Knight of Cups is about romantic offers or being emotionally expressive. Oh my gosh, we have three Knights here. Oh, four Knights in your reading. You have all four Knights in your reading, Scorpio rising. That is incredible. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the Knights are this growth energy. It also can represent teenagers or young people as well. So if you have teenagers in your house, there may be a significant growth of compassion, grace, understanding, emotional intelligence between you. Okay, if that resonates, take that. However, I'm getting the sense it's like this kind of back to basics energy related to work and related to home, getting to the roots of what's really important in your life, what brings long-term, real lasting security, not just financially, but emotionally as well. Yes. Focus on growth, focus on love, focus on passion, like back to the basics in every aspect. How can you improve mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, related to yourself, your home, your emotions, your family? That's going to be the primary focus for you and the way to overcome any challenges as well. Okay. So this is a very creative learning environment. So do it with grace. Do it, make it fun. Make this learning process and this growth process fun. So now we're going to take a look at the potential outcome to expect at the end of the next 18 months. Okay, what changes might you expect to come? What changes might you expect to come in the next 18 months? Oh, wow. Yes, it says release suppressed emotions. Let the feelings you buried rise without shame. Cry, scream, breathe. Freedom begins where expression flows. So, just like I said, this is going to be a lot about emotional healing and intelligence, the growth thereof for you, but everyone that is really important to you in your home as well. How to communicate emotions effectively so people don't blame or project on one another and can really communicate productively. That's what's going to allow love to flow, is releasing these fears, these feelings that have been trapped, these triggers, these wounds that go unexpressed and buried until something happens and then there's a blow up and then you have to backtrack. And it's just, there can be so much more love flowing freely if emotions are flowing freely as well and are communicated effectively. So that's going to be the change in the outcome of all of this emotional work in your 10th house and your 4th house over the next 18 months. So let's get a couple more tarot cards to finish your reading today. What change or outcome might you expect at the end of 18 months? The Three of Pentacles. The Three of Pentacles is about teamwork. It's about building towards a long-term goal with partners, with family, in a supportive, intelligent, and cohesive way. So yes, more stability, building towards the goal, the dream, the security of the home and the people that you love and value through emotional healing and intelligence. Let's get one more card. What change or outcome can you potentially expect at the end of these 18 months? The Ace of Swords. Yes, this is about a completely new, fresh start. New ideas, new visions, new clarity. So you will feel more clear. You will feel like you can experience a fresh start, specifically related to your career, if you're continuing in that direction, or if retirement is for you, then a whole new vision of what's next for you is on the table. Or if you're changing industry or jobs as well, it's like a clean cut and a fresh start for you. But as well for your home too, through emotional intelligence and harmony, there will be a fresh, clean slate, a clarity and a new vision for what's next for you and the ones that you love. All right, beautiful soul. I do hope that you enjoyed this reading, that it resonated, that it gave you some peace and clarity on what potential changes to look out for over these nodal shifts. If you resonate and you want to claim this energy for yourself, comment Scorpio rising down below and like this video now. If you're new here, go ahead and subscribe as we release new readings every week you don't want to miss. And in the event you would like a deeper personal reading for yourself, there's a link available in the description box below to book that at any time. Until the next time I get to read for you, I'm sending you so much peace and love. Welcome in, my Sagittarius rising. This July 26th, the North Node is going to be in your Aquarius 3rd house, and the South Node is going to be in your Leo 9th house. So the North Node is what you lean into, what you focus on, and what you expand. So your local community and short-term travel, as well as any sibling relationships, as well as how you communicate, will be your primary focus and the place of opportunity and growth. And over the next 18 months, while Leo is in your 9th house, you're going to be asked to release old belief systems that no longer suit you. No longer focusing for the time being on foreign travel, but mostly on your local community. So let's take a deeper look now at your 3rd house and what blessings and opportunities are coming for you in this area. What opportunities are showing up in your third house of communication, sibling relationships, local community, and short-term travel? We have elevate your energy. Your energy determines your reality. Lift your vibrations and watch your world shift. So, this is an overall elevation of your vibrational energy related to how you speak, how you share information, being more positive, being more uplifted and full of vitality, even exploring your local environment, becoming a tourist in your own town, expanding your relationship with your siblings if applicable in a more positive, encouraging, and nurturing way. So, this is just an overall elevation of the experience in your everyday life, basically, from a more vibrational resonance, like joy and fulfillment in everyday life and the places that you move about in locally and how you share information as well. So let's get some tarot to clarify. We have the Nine of Swords. Wow. So this is about feeling down, frustrated, depressed, even just like always consistently focusing on the worst and the negative and just kept up awake at night by like worst case scenarios, what's going to happen, how am I going to fix this, etc. So this is a state of mind that is definitely not elevated, definitely not positive. It's the total opposite, always seeing the negative side of life and the worst case scenario of situations. So regarding just your everyday life, like the information you consume and what you speak about and tell other people about, especially like the news and what's the negative stuff that's going on. It is nice to be aware of what's going on in the world, but if you consume it too much, it will definitely drain your vitality because it's so negative focused. So limiting how much negative news you consume and speak about is going to help a lot as well. Also, consider how you feel generally about your environment. Do you like the city you live in? Do you like the state you live in? Do you feel like aligned with your community, the politicians, the way everything's operating and flowing in your local community? Or do you feel stuck? Do you feel not aligned? Do you feel like it doesn't serve you, or you're not even aware of what's going on, you don't explore, or you don't communicate with your local network, etc. So yes, this is a total new opportunity to shift the awareness and the focus from negative to positive in your everyday life, environment, the information you consume, and so on. Let me get one more card for this question. What new opportunity is coming in for your third house? We have the Five of Wands. It says, I stand my ground and look for peace. Now, this energy is about competition and conflict. So maybe not seeing eye to eye with other people around you or feeling like you're in a battlefield. I want to clarify here because there's definitely some heavy energy, some negative or even conflicting energy regarding the information in your environment, what you're consuming, what you're sharing, what you're speaking about, what other people are telling you, how you feel about the immediate people or places around you. So, what's going on in your local environment? Why is there so much conflict and negative energy here? What's going on here? What are you elevating into a more positive frame of mind and experience? We have the Six of Wands and the Devil. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. Like there's some sort of like conflict, negative force. And I am getting the sense that your environment might not suit you. So the neighborhood that you're in, you might not like. Your neighbors, you might actually have conflict with. The city might not feel like it's good for you. So I'm getting the sense to tell you to explore astrocartography because there might be a local environment better suited for your energy. And if you don't know what astrocartography is, it's basically your birth chart, the time and date that you were born, placed over a geographical map. And you can, if you get the right website, it'll explain it to you very detailed. I think there's an app called Pathfinder that's really, really good. Or you can get a reading from an astrocartography specialist. But essentially, it's going to tell you what city, what state, what local neighborhood would be most conducive to what type of experience that you desire. So, for instance, if you're on a Pluto placement or a Saturn placement, Pluto's about death and rebirth, and Saturn is about limitation and restrictions, but for your growth. So there's certain areas, and Jupiter is about luck and expansion, and Venus is about love and value. So depending on what planet is active in the place that you live, it could be more or less conducive to an enjoyable experience that you want to have for yourself. So if that sounds interesting, I am getting the sense that there might be something in your local environment that feels very negative to you, and it's difficult for you to be optimistic or positive or feel a lot of vitality because you don't like where you are. So if that resonates, definitely take a look at astrocartography. Now, the Six of Wands is related to feeling recognized and valued for your passions, for your intelligence, for the work, and how you contribute your energy to the world. So I am getting the sense that if you improve your environment or you shift some energy around related, like I said, to communication and information that you share, free yourself of whatever it feels toxic or confining. It's going to like basically improve your environment to where you feel more seen and more valued, more respected, is going to help you elevate your energy as well. So it's like the expression that, you know, a rose can bloom, like for instance, through a crack in the concrete, but it would much rather enjoy being in the garden. So, yes, you can still survive in conditions that are not favorable, but if you move or if you change your circumstances or your environment to more favorable conditions or people or places, then it will be more conducive to your fulfillment and your enjoyment as well. So now we're going to shift the focus to the South Node being in your Leo ninth house. And this is the area that you're asked to let go of or release some things from your comfort zone. And this is related to the ninth house of belief systems or foreign travel. It says release past wounds. Old wounds hold your energy hostage. Let go of what no longer serves you and make space for healing. So this definitely reminds me of what I said about removing yourself from any environments that no longer serve you to make space for healing. But this can also be related to belief systems or traditions in your life that are no longer aligned, that maybe even feel like they've wounded you. For instance, if there's a religion that you grew up in your life, but it doesn't feel aligned anymore, you're more than welcome to decide that it no longer serves you and go on your own self-discovery journey to find out what works for you. So it's time to release any past wounds, any beliefs that no longer serve the next version of what you're growing into. So let's take a deeper look at this question with the tarot. What are you asked to release and let go regarding your ninth house? The Four of Cups. Now, the Four of Cups is about discontentment and seeing the negative side, what's not working, the disappointments. So I am getting the sense, Sagittarius, that you may have felt very discontented lately, perhaps extremely disappointed, disenfranchised, that Nine of Swords, like just so maybe life doesn't feel like there's no sun. It's just all storms, basically, is kind of the vibe I'm getting with this reading. So, yeah, with that joy, clarity, elevate your energy. It's time to move out of that stagnant, depressive state by releasing any wounds, any outdated, limiting beliefs, whether those are beliefs internal that you've picked up along the way, or societal expectations or traditions of your family line that no longer suit you, whatever just doesn't feel fulfilling anymore. You have the right to let it go and choose for yourself. So that's what's opening up for you. Let's get another card. What do you ask to let go of in the next 18 months? Yes, we have the King of Cups. It says, I am my own anchor. So, this is an opportunity to learn more about how to rely on yourself emotionally and to build up some sort of spiritual faith that anchors you in your own knowingness. You don't need a religion to tell you what to believe. You don't need your parents to tell you what to believe. All you need to know is what feels the most supportive for you personally, and lean into it. That's going to be your primary focus for you. Letting go of anything that's disappointing and moving into spaces and ideas, philosophies, and beliefs within yourself that support you and make you feel emotionally safe and secure in your life and the world as well. So, now we're going to take a look at how you can overcome any challenges over this nodal shift in the next 18 months and have the most successful experience. How can you overcome any challenge in the next 18 months? Stop carrying what isn't yours. You've taken on emotions, guilt, and weight that were never yours. Give it back and be free. Absolutely. That's what I was saying with this King of Cups. Finding the emotional support from within that is not determined by anybody else's needs or expectations. Finding the boundary of what's yours. What is your belief? What is your fear? What is your desire? What is your faith, ultimately? That's what Sagittarius energy is. That's what ninth house energy is. It's finding the faith rooted in exploring what's true for you, not carrying beliefs or emotions or dreams or ideas from anybody else, but only what's yours. Okay? So the best way to overcome any challenge is to find the boundary of what's yours and what's somebody else's. What's your desire, your expectation, your emotion, and theirs. And how can you continue to turn the focus inward instead of outward? Let's get some tarot cards to answer this question deeper. The Nine of Wands. Yes. This says, I am strong for as long as I need to be strong. And that's exactly the symbolism of this man being weighed down by this burden on his back. So the Nine of Wands is about needing to persevere beyond where you're tired, beyond where you're depressed, beyond where you're frustrated, negative, or want to give up. And the best possible way to do that is with this energy of not carrying anybody else's expectations or emotions. Because if you put that down, it'll give you so much more energy and focus to actually reach the victory, which is yours, which is your reward. Okay? You're not responsible. Yes, you have certain responsibilities to others, but at the end of the day, you are not responsible for anybody else's beliefs, anybody else's emotions. You're responsible for you and how you handle your relationship with that individual. And if they're weighing you down, then you have the right to remove yourself from situations that are burdensome from you, and that will help give you more vitality to move forward and progress and just feel more carefree in your life, which with this energy, that's the opposite of what you've felt recently. So let's get some more energy here. How can you overcome any challenges and experience the most success in the next 18 months? Yes, the Six of Cups. The Six of Cups is about nostalgia. But in my mind, I'm getting the sense that this is related to emotions that you've carried from the past that possibly are not yours, like societal programming or expectations or belief systems from our childhood, from our past, what we've picked up along the way. This is an opportunity to do a reevaluation of anything you've carried from your childhood that is no longer serving you, that has become a burden instead of a blessing, and cut it off if it is draining you and not allowing you to feel a deep sense of fulfillment that you truly deserve, that is your birthright to experience. Okay? Yes, a complete reevaluation of any past beliefs that you are carrying that are not yours, that it's time to let go of, so you can have a complete regenesis of vitality, energy, joy, and fulfillment in your life. So with that, let's take a look at what the potential outcome can be at the end of the next 18 months. What change might you expect to occur at the end of these 18 months? Overcome self-doubt. Self-doubt clouds your vision. Trust in your abilities and take the leap. Your future self will thank you. So this is the outcome for you as you release these past wounds, as you learn to become your own emotional anchor, as you discover what beliefs, what values truly serve you. It will give you the freedom to no longer be doubtful about your path because it will be your path. Let's get some tarot to go deeper. What changes or outcome can you potentially expect? Yes, the Ace of Wands. I am inspired to follow my passion. So this is a complete regenesis of passion and inspiration, clarity, and forward progress and momentum based on this knowing of who you are, this overcoming of limitation and negative emotion, and this experience of vitality. That's what this is. Okay, beautiful. Let me get one more card. What is the potential change or outcome you can expect at the end of these 18 months? How can you follow your passion, be inspired based on your own desires and beliefs? Whoa. Yes, we have the Seven of Swords and the Ten of Pentacles. So the Seven of Swords is about deception and experiencing situations or people who are trying to manipulate or take advantage of you. And the Ten of Pentacles is related to security, value, inheritances, financial security, and well-being within the family. So this is really interesting because it does remind me of some sort of conflict within your local environment, potentially your family, There is a lot here about needing to shift your values and beliefs away from your childhood, away from your parents, and more towards your own independent thinking and values. So, yes, if that resonates with you, there is definitely a shift away from your upbringing and your family's values that may have given you this sense of self-doubt, maybe perhaps through limited ways of thinking and behaving that you no longer align with, that is going to allow you to move forward productively and feel a sense of joy, vitality, and fulfillment moving forward in the next 18 months. All right, my beautiful soul, I do hope you resonated with this reading, that it gave you some peace, some inspiration, and clarity on the potential changes occurring in your life during this nodal shift. If you do resonate and you want to claim this reading for yourself, comment Sagittarius rising down below and like this video now. If you're new here, go ahead and subscribe as we release new readings every week you don't want to miss. And in the event you would like a deeper personal reading for yourself, there's a link available in the description box below to book that at any time. Until the next time I get to read for you, I'm sending you so much peace and love. Welcome in, Capricorn rising. This July 26th, the North Node is moving into your Aquarius second house, and the South Node is moving into your Leo 8th house. Now, the second house is related to your income and the money that you get from the work that you personally do, what you contribute and bring in. Now, the North Node is what you focus on for the next 18 months so you can grow and expand in that area. So, your primary focus is going to be increasing your earned income or the value that you receive based on the work that you do in some way. And the South Node is what you're letting go of, what you're moving away from. And this is related to shared resources. So any karma, any baggage related to partners' resources, or even psychological dramas, or even illusions that are not in your best interest, are what's going to be moved away from over the next 18 months. So let's dive deeper into your second house of earned income and find out what blessings or opportunities are coming in for you in this area. Actually, I'm going to use a different deck to start off with. What blessings, what opportunities are coming into your second house over the next 18 months? Understand soulmate lessons. Soulmates come to teach us. Embrace the lessons they bring, even if they're hard to swallow. That's interesting because I feel like that's more related to the 8th house. So perhaps up until this point, there may have been a dependence on other people's resources, like perhaps you've been out of work for a while and you were relying on your partner or other people's money in order to survive. Or there's been some sort of aspect where maybe you earning income has not been your primary focus, maybe taking care of other people in your life. That's really interesting. So I want to get another card to clarify here. What is the soulmate lesson related to your earned income? Ooh. We have several cards that came out here. Yeah, so these are all related to karmic love relationships that are somehow affecting the money that you receive. I'm wondering if your ability to receive love is tied to your ability to feel secure or receive material resources as well. When we don't feel safe or secure, it does affect our material security as well. They do go hand in hand. So we have love without self-abandonment. Real love doesn't ask you to disappear. Stay present, stay whole, and still be loved. Cultivate courage. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the ability to move forward despite it. For some of you, I feel there may be a divorce happening or a division of assets happening where perhaps you're going from a two-income household to a single income household, and that restriction or limitation that you're feeling because of no longer having access to your partner's resources, if that applies to you. Some of you are being asked to have courage that you do have the ability to take care of yourself without needing someone else to do that for you. And then it says, step into divine timing. What's meant for you won't pass you by. Trust the delays, they're aligning your path. So you are on the right path. This clear entangled karma card, these are all suggesting to me that this experience that you've potentially had with a partner and how that's affecting you financially is a part of your process to understand how to find security from within yourself and to be more independent in that capacity. And yes, the clear entangled karma says every relationship holds lessons. Break free from karmic ties that no longer serve your growth. So somehow there's been a karmic relationship, most likely involving shared finances or resources, that has been affecting you. And now it's time to find courage and independence and self-reliance over the next 18 months. So now let's tap into the tarot and get some more details. What blessing or opportunity is coming in your second house of income and resources? We have the 10 of Wands. It says, I love and care for myself first. So yes, you have been burdened in some way, most likely by another person. I am getting the sense for some of you, you were a stay-at-home mom, if that resonates with you personally. And now it's like, if you're getting divorced and you were a stay-at-home mom, and now it's all of a sudden you have to learn how to manage finances and resources and bills and everything on your own, then that can feel almost terrifying. So this 10 of Wands is like you were carrying the burden of someone else's life for so long and managing all of their needs behind the scenes, but now this split is causing you to redirect all of that energy and focus on yourself. And if you haven't done that in a long time, then you might not know if you can or where to start. So let me get another card here. What blessing or opportunity is coming in your income house? Your ability to accumulate resources that you need on your own. We have the Seven of Pentacles in reverse. Now, the Seven of Pentacles is about needing to have patience and gratitude while things are still growing. Because this is in reverse, I have the feeling that you are going to receive a financial settlement or a windfall of money or resources in some way sooner rather than later. You're not going to have to wait for the money or the resources that you need, especially if it's coming through like a divorce settlement. You're going to get what you need faster than you expect. And that is going to give you the stability that allows you to build a foundation and then accumulate and build on your own from there. So now let's take a deeper look at this 8th house and the energy that you are moving away from and leaving behind over the next 18 months. What are you letting go of regarding the 8th house of partners, resources, shared investments, other people's money, psychological issues, illusions? What are you asked to let go of in this area? Clear negative energy. Negative energy keeps you stuck. Clear it and create space for the positive flow of life. So this is quite simply saying that any negative energy regarding shared resources that's been keeping you stuck is going to be released or let go of, especially if there's fear related to the division of assets or a divorce settlement of some kind. I'm getting the sense that you don't need to be afraid. It's going to work out better than you expect. Now, overall, this is just also not holding on to any resentment related to that area as well, because any resentment or anger that you hold on to is only going to keep you stuck in a loop. Okay, so clear any resentment, any fear related to shared assets or resources. So let me get some tarot to get some more details. What negative energy are you clearing in your 8th house? Shared resources, psychological issues. What negative energy are you clearing in your 8th house? Ooh. We have the 6 of Pentacles and the King of Swords. I'm almost getting the sense here that this King of Swords and the 6 of Pentacles is someone who was really controlling and dominating of the financial resources and didn't share, or wasn't fair, was very strategic and cunning, and didn't contribute in a way that elevated both of you. I'm almost getting the sense that you were held hostage financially. So only take what resonates for you personally, because this is a general group reading. But overall, the 6 of Pentacles is about giving and receiving in equal measure. So this energy in partnerships and shared resources where both people are contributing and benefiting equally financially. So if that was a limitation that you experienced, then that's the negative energy that is being cleared, so that there's more fairness and equity in your financial house, because basically that's what both of these are, but on opposite ends of the spectrum. So more equity in your shared resource and assets. So like I said, if a divorce settlement is on the table for you, it'll most likely be more in your favor than you expect, which will create that equity that wasn't available to you because of someone else dominating or controlling the assets or the resources and you not having access to that. So that equity that comes into your life financially, like I said, is then going to lay the groundwork for you to be able to feel more independent and secure financially on your own. So the next question we're going to ask is, what will help you overcome any challenges over the next 18 months so you can experience the most success? How can you overcome any challenges over the next 18 months? Let the truth set you free. Speak the truth you've hidden. Your need, your fear, your regret. Freedom begins there. So don't allow the weight of what you've experienced to become trapped within you. If you've gone through a divorce recently, if there's been repressed fears or traumas especially regarding the 8th house, like psychological issues or even abuse, things that have gone repressed or hidden within the course of that relationship, if that resonates, then speak about it, communicate it, share it with someone who is a safe space for that. And also communicate any fears related to money and not feeling supported or not, feeling like you were held hostage, whatever you personally feel, whatever fears or needs that have gone unexpressed. Make sure you are journaling about them, doing shadow work, exploring that, and also communicating that in a safe space to a trusted friend or even in therapy if that applies to you, if you need that. So let's go ahead and take a deeper look with the tarot and see what is this truth that you need to set free that'll help you overcome any challenges. The Nine of Cups, yes. So the Nine of Cups is about experiencing fulfillment, like ultimate dream come true. And if you have felt scarce, trapped, stuck, held hostage in life, you possibly didn't have the ability to even dream. Like I said earlier with that 10 of Wands, if everybody else's problem was your problem, you were taking care of everything and you weren't even really contributing to your own desires or own passions, just maybe taking care of children, taking care of family, taking care of your partner, and just completely forgetting about what you deeply desire, then that's what this Nine of Cups is asking you to pursue, is your dream, your wish. If there were no restrictions, no limitations at all, what would you desire deep within yourself to be a reality for yourself? And can you allow yourself to dream? Can you let that truth be revealed? And even the fear of maybe that not being possible. Because you have to name your desire, you have to name your fear so that you can heal anything that's preventing you from reaching forward towards that goal that you can have. So, what would be the most emotionally fulfilling and rewarding experience for you? And how can you name that and claim that so you can move forward towards it, especially after any challenging situation potentially that you've experienced with a partner and even in your finances? So let's get one more card for this question. How can you overcome any challenges and have the most successful experience over the next 18 months? The Knight of Cups. Number one, it says, I know that the right person waits until I'm ready. And this is an energy of romantic proposals, offers of love, wearing your heart on your sleeve, experiencing romance and passion. So if new love is something that you desire, then allowing yourself to have that desire and knowing that that is fair for you, that to have that, to want that, and to move in that new direction romantically. So now, beautiful soul, we're going to take a look at what potential changes or outcome you might expect to happen at the end of these 18 months. What potential outcome might you expect at the end of 18 months? Choose wisely. Every choice matters. Choose with intention, and your future will align with your soul's purpose. Wow, that really reminds me of what I said here about naming and claiming what you desire so that your future can align with your soul's purpose. Not living by default or living by fear, but choosing very intentionally and wisely based on your desires. What would you want if anything were possible? Let's get some tarot cards. What change or outcome can you potentially expect at the end of 18 months? Yes, we have the Chariot. It says, I go forward with confidence. The Chariot is about understanding that pain and pleasure go hand in hand, and that our negative and challenging experiences are the best teachers in life and give us that fuel and that drive that we need to push ahead towards our dreams and our goals. So this is a positive indication that you are not going to allow the pain of the past to prevent you from moving forward towards what you deeply desire in life, in love, in money, in everything that is important to you. Let's get one more card to finish your reading. What can you potentially expect to occur at the end of the next 18 months? The World. I love this energy. You will feel like a graduation energy. You will feel like you made it, like you overcame, you conquered, you're ready to move forward. This says, I celebrate life and welcome new energy. So you will basically feel like whatever test, whatever death and rebirth process you've been experiencing in love, in finance, and personal growth overall, you'll feel like you passed that test and you are ready to reap the rewards, like I said, with that Nine of Cups energy of all of the hard work that you are going through at this time. So, beautiful soul, it will be an opportunity to move forward in a positive new direction in alignment with the dreams and the destiny that you deeply desire for yourself. All right, my beautiful soul, I do hope you enjoyed this reading, that it resonated with you, gave you some peace, clarity, and inspiration about the potential changes happening in the nodal shift over the next 18 months. If you do resonate and you want to claim this reading for yourself, comment Capricorn rising down below and like this video now. If you're new here, go ahead and subscribe as we release new readings every week you don't want to miss. And in the event you would like a deeper personal reading for yourself, there's a link available in the description box below to book that at any time. Until the next time I get to read for you, I'm sending you so much peace and love. Welcome in, my Aquarius rising. This July 26th, the North Node is moving into your sign, your first house of self and identity. That means the focus is on rediscovering who you really are authentically. Perhaps a rebirth of sorts, but particularly a focus on you. And now the South Node is moving into your Leo 7th house of relationship. So anything outdated that needs to be released in this area, seeking approval or external validation from your intimate partners, anything that's no longer serving you in that area is going to ask to be released at this time. So let's take a deeper look now at what blessings and opportunities are coming into your first house during this nodal shift. How are you being asked to grow and expand in your identity, in your personal outward expression? How are you asked to grow and expand? What opportunities are coming for you now? Release past wounds. I feel like this card has come up in almost every reading, so that is a major theme for everybody. But any wounds related to your sense of self and how you identify in your life is going to be asked to be looked at, be explored, lots of shadow work for the purpose of being more of your authentic self. So anywhere you repress yourself, anywhere you don't have the courage to be your authentic self, especially if you don't know what that is, or if you've repressed that for so long, or if you're afraid to shine, That's going to be a big focus for you. So let's take a deeper look at this with the tarot. What new blessings and opportunities are coming in for your sense of self? Oh, I love this. The Six of Wands, it says, I am proud of what I achieve and I accept my rewards. This is about being seen, recognized, and valued for your contribution, for your light, for your energy, for how successful you are as a person, and even work that you do in the world. So you are being given the opportunity to shine more, to release any fear of judgment, fear of not being understood, not being valued or seen for who you are. Yes, you're releasing any fear of being your authentic self so that you can be seen, recognized, and valued for who you really are. That is beautiful. Let's get another card for this question. What new opportunity is coming in for your identity, your sense of self, releasing wounds or fear of judgment or abandonment, to be seen, valued for your authentic self? We have the Nine of Wands and the Four of Pentacles. What new blessings are coming for you? Well, the Four of Pentacles is feeling safe and secure and stable. So if you haven't felt that at all, the Nine of Wands means you are persevering towards that inner sense of security that is needed to be your real self. The only way you can be appreciated for who you really are is if you're courageous enough to be who you really are. So you are releasing any fears around doing that and being able to move forward courageously and boldly in the next 18 months. So let's take a look now at your seventh house of intimate partnerships and see what you're being asked to let go of in this area. Accept past choices. Accept your decisions, however imperfect. They brought you to where you are now. Let them go and move forward. So this gives me the sense that you might feel like you've made a lot of mistakes in relationship, or you have a bad picker, you always choose the wrong person. Just because you've experienced challenges in relationships in the past doesn't even necessarily mean that they were mistakes, because everyone that comes into your life, into your experience, is teaching you something about yourself. And they're most likely in alignment with who you are at that moment in time. And often people outgrow each other, and that's why relationships don't always work out. So just because you may have chosen someone in the past who you wouldn't choose today doesn't necessarily make it a mistake or make you someone who can't, trust their own choices or their own discernment when it comes to choosing the right partners. And that's not only romantically, but that's professionally and personally as well, like business partners, colleagues, or friends. So let's take a deeper look at this with the tarot. What are you asked to let go of in the area of your intimate partnerships? Accepting any mistakes or past choices. Yes, we have the Eight of Wands. This is about moving forward quickly. So not blaming yourself or shaming yourself for past choices in your relationships is going to give you the freedom to move forward quickly. You don't have to wallow in the pain of the past. You don't have to be a victim. You don't have to self-sabotage or repeat the same old story. That allows you to leave the past behind and just move forward. And this card says, I manifest multiple opportunities. So it's like once you leave that old story behind, the whole landscape opens up and you can have whatever you choose next. Let's get another card. What are you asked to let go of related to relationships in the next 18 months? The Nine of Swords. Yes, okay. So this card says, I trust the present moment. And this is about like a mental fear of worst case scenarios. So it's like you're experiencing anxiety and sleeplessness, and you're just afraid and worried about relationships in some aspect. So, yes, there's like this repeating the loop, repeating the story of the past or the pain. Like, I always make mistakes. I never find the right person. I'll never find the right person. Like, that's a story that is like going to self-sabotage and become your reality if you don't allow yourself to tell a new story. So, like I said, once you accept the past as what it was and what you needed to learn and grow and get you here, then you're able to use that lesson and as a blessing so that you can move forward productively and positively in any way that you desire in relationships or personal growth as well. So now we're going to take a look at how can you overcome any challenges over the next 18 months so you can have the most successful experience. What will help you overcome any challenges? Break free from emotional dependence. True independence comes from within. Free yourself from emotional reliance on others. Yes, so this makes a lot of sense, especially as the North Node is in your first house and the South Node is in the seventh house. You're really pivoting away from focusing on your relationships and others and re-identifying with who you are and what you need and releasing any wounds and pain of the past so that you can experience more fulfillment in life. So, in order to overcome any challenges, place less focus and emphasis on your relationships. If you're not in one, you don't need to necessarily worry about finding a partner. Once you work on yourself and focus on what you need and value, then that energy is going to be mirrored to you ultimately in the right partnership in the right time. Let's use the tarot to get some more details. How can you overcome any challenges in the next 18 months and experience the most success? The Page of Wands. It says, I am always open to good news, which reminds me of that Nine of Swords and no longer being pessimistic or anxious or afraid of worst case scenarios, but expecting the best, right? And the only way you can do that is to heal any fear, any pain, any wounds that are preventing you from believing that good things are possible for you, for love, for anything. The Page of Wands is also about being curious about your passions, placing more focus and emphasis on what you enjoy and what lights you up versus what you're afraid of or what's not working or going well. So let's get another card. How can you succeed in the next 18 months? How can you overcome any challenges that may come up? We have the Eight of Swords. Yes. It says, I release myself from self-inflicted binds. So this is very similar to that Nine of Swords energy because this is being restricted mentally by fears and limiting beliefs and worst case scenarios and, just pessimism overriding passion ultimately. And because this says break free from emotional dependence, if relationships have been a burden, if you haven't been able to rely or depend on previous partners, and that's kind of what's got you in this agony or this mental loop and frustration and anxiety about partnerships in the future, if you focus more on healing yourself and releasing yourself from identifying with any mistakes that you think that you've made, it's going to allow you to make more aligned choices in the future instead of like I said, that self-fulfilling prophecy where you're telling the story of I'm bad at choosing partners or there's never the right person in my life. That story is going to replay itself if you don't get to the root of it before it happens again. So let's take a look now at what potential changes or outcome you might expect in the next 18 months. What changes might you expect at the end of these 18 months? Face what you've avoided. Avoidance is a chain in disguise. What you're not willing to face still controls you. Absolutely. So, whatever wounds or limiting beliefs that you've been replaying in your mind, specifically related to your seventh house of relationships, needs to be addressed now, or like I said, it will replay automatically by default because it's running in your mind. It's running in your subconscious belief system. It's a fear. It's what you're focused on. It's what story you're telling. And it's automatically going to happen by default unless you work through it. So that as an outcome is showing that this is going to be something that you work through. So let's take a deeper look. What changes or potential outcome can you expect at the end of 18 months? The Queen of Cups. I trust my knowing and follow my heart. Absolutely. This is about having more emotional sensitivity and intelligence, understanding yourself more, being intuitive, being compassionate, being grounded, being stable. So, yes, more emotional awareness and harmony for you is coming. Let's get one more card. What potential changes might you expect at the end of these 18 months? The Seven of Cups, it says, I trust myself to see the truth. Oh, this makes perfect sense. Because if you resonate with what I said about feeling like you have a bad picker, you always make the mistakes or the wrong choices in love, the Seven of Cups is related to the choices that you make, the options that are available to you. And each one of these cups can have something different, something maybe you think you want or you think might be good for you, but it's toxic. It's not going to work out in the end. Like that whole example of the bad boy, you're attracted to that energy, but then they always hurt you. It's like you don't have to go for that energy. You can choose the cup that is actually more fulfilling emotionally. Maybe they're not your typical type or what you think you might expect, but do they have the right character traits that are going to deeply fulfill you emotionally and reward you in all the ways that you desire in a romantic, fulfilling relationship? Okay. So as you lean into finding emotional harmony within, is going to open up your intuition in a way that allows you to trust your own discernment and your own judgment. So you will no longer think that you're bad at, choosing the right person for yourself. That will no longer be a question because you will know deeply from within who you are, what you need, what you desire, solid boundaries, self compassion, and an awareness that you can trust your own judgment. All right, my beautiful soul, I do hope this reading resonated with you, that it gave you a sense of peace and clarity and inspiration regarding the potential changes during this nodal shift. If you resonate and you want to claim this reading for yourself, comment Aquarius Rising down below and like this video now. If you're new here, go ahead and subscribe as we release new readings every week you don't want to miss. And in the event you would like a deeper personal reading for yourself, there's a link available in the description box below to book that at any time. Until the next time I get to read for you, I'm sending you so much peace and love. Welcome in, my Pisces rising. This July 26th, the North Node is moving into your Aquarius 12th house. And the south node is moving into your Leo 6th house. The north node is about what you are supposed to expand into and focus on. The 12th house is related to your imagination, your dreams. This is actually your Piscean energy. So you're going to lean more into your imagination, discovering those hidden or repressed aspects of yourself, things that need to come to light is your primary focus. Now, with the Leo South Node here in your 6th house, that means that you're going to be asked to release or move away from outdated habits, work, routines, or activities that are no longer serving you at this time. So let's dive into the 12th house and see what opportunities are coming for you in this area over the next 18 months. What opportunities, what blessings, what openings are coming in your 12th house? Accept imperfection. Perfection doesn't exist. Embrace your flaws and those of others. They are key to growth. Interesting. So there could be some limiting beliefs or self-doubts that are lingering beneath the surface in your subconscious mind. So this is an opportunity to explore anything repressed or hidden that you haven't brought to light and bring grace and compassion and healing to it. So let's get some clarity with the tarot cards. What opportunity is coming into your 12th house? We have the 7 of Swords. Now, this is about betrayal. So in this position, I am getting the sense that it's related to self-betrayal, taking great care of what I value. And here you may have been hard on yourself. The 12th house can indicate self-sabotaging tendencies, such as addictions or toxic coping mechanisms. So if you've been coping in unhealthy ways, you have to know that that is betraying your vitality, that is sabotaging your livelihood. So if that is true, this is an opportunity to release yourself of the self-betrayal that is no longer necessary to you coping. It's now an opportunity for you to accept what you felt was broken so that you completely move forward in healthy and productive ways. So let's get another card. What new opportunity or blessing is coming for your 12th house? The 6 of Wands. I am proud of what I achieve and I accept my rewards. The 6 of Wands is about being seen and recognized and valued. So I am getting the sense that you will accept more of yourself, your journey, and your growth. You won't feel the need to be perfect or compare yourself to others. You won't need to betray your body, your mind, your soul by diminishing your worth, because as you recognize your value within, it shines naturally and other people see it as well. So let's take a look now at your 6th house. This is work, routines, wellness, habits. So let's see, what are you asked to let go of in this area? What are you releasing? What habits that no longer serve you? Choose with love. Love is the most powerful force. Choose love over fear, and your life will transform. So Yes, the habits, the daily routines that you have been doing in your life may have not been of the highest vibration, may not have been very self-loving. It's an opportunity now to practice more holistic forms of self-care and wellness routines that show you that you really love you, that you really value your body, mind, and soul as a temple, and you are going to cherish it with positive and uplifting and healthy routines and habits. So let's get some clarity. What are you asked to let go of regarding your wellness, your routines, your habits? The Nine of Swords. This can be related to depression, spiraling in the mind, feeling a lot of anxiety. So, if that is true, anxiety and depression could be fueling your choices at this time. And it could be that you don't feel very valuable, you don't feel very worthy. And if you are depressed or have been in that state, it can be really impossible to take great care of yourself. So, you are being asked to let go of any frustration, anxiousness, depression, any mental loops that agonize you. It's time to find healthy ways of processing your thoughts and your feelings so that they don't harm you ultimately. So let's get one more card for this question. What are you asked to let go of in your sixth house of work, habits, and routines, and your wellness overall? We have the Four of Swords. It says, I take the time I need to rediscover my vitality. The Four of Swords is literally about rest and healing, a time of introspection after pain and perhaps heartbreak that allows you to rediscover your worth, your value, and to take care of your temple, your body, your mind, your soul. Yes, so this is definitely an opportunity to rest, to heal, and to prioritize your well being. Let's take a look now at what will help you overcome any challenges that you might experience and have the most success over the next 18 months. How can you overcome any challenges? Heal the attachment wound. Your worth is not tied to being needed. Let go of proving your value. Just be. Wow. So, if there are any unhealthy habits that you have that have not been very loving, not taking care of yourself, it's possible that you've needed to try and prove your worth or prove your value. It definitely reminds me of the Six of Wands because that is about being seen and valued for your worth. And the accept imperfections, you may have felt the need to prove yourself or be perfect or measure up to other people's expectations because of maybe codependency and a need for validation or external approval. So, this is the opportunity to find that approval within yourself and release your need for validation externally so that, because ironically, once you release the need for external validation, that's when you receive it because you give yourself that love and that care first. And that's what magnetically attracts it in external situations and relationships as well. So let's use the tarot to dive in deeper to this question. How can you overcome any challenges that might come up? We have the Wheel of Fortune. It says, I trust whatever the universe brings me. This is an energy of synchronicity, fate, and divine timing. So I'm getting the sense, especially with this 12th house energy, is that There's going to be experiences that come up that are unexpected that you can't control. And it's best just to ride the flow of them and whatever changes occur, because ultimately they're going to be in your best interest. So I can't really speak to what might happen, but just know if something unexpected happens, just trust that the universe is orchestrating events in your favor, no matter what it looks like. So let me get another card. Oop. We have the Lovers and the Seven of Wands. Wow. Okay, so maybe I do know a little bit about what's coming in. Now, as you heal the attachment wound, as you release any imperfections or need for external validation, what happens then, like I said, is that you project this aura of value, care, and worth. The Seven of Wands is about actively protecting yourself from negativity and external forces that are seeking to rob you of your joy. And then we have the Lover's card, which is this soulmate energy, but it's also about firm commitment, choices, decisions that we make to devote ourselves through thick and thin, up and down, through all challenges. So as you value yourself, protect your worth, accept yourself for who you are, and not only accept yourself, but love yourself wholeheartedly, that opens the space for true, committed, devoted love. So if that's the wheel of fortune that you want to roll into your life, then this deep, devoted focus on meeting yourself at your depths and healing any wounds and need for external validation or approval is going to allow that to occur in your life. So now, beautiful soul, we are going to take a look at what potential changes or outcome might occur at the end of these next 18 months. What potential changes might occur at the end of these 18 months? Make peace with the past. You don't have to rewrite the story, just stop fighting the chapter. Peace begins with acceptance. Beautiful, absolutely. So just overall more peace and more healing. So let's get some tarot to clarify what potential outcome might occur at the end of these 18 months. We have the Ace of Wands and the Empress. This is so perfect. So as you make peace with the past, as you find healthy ways of coping and creating better habits for yourself, as you heal any attachments or any fear, any need for external validation or approval, you find this space of inspiration, a rejuvenation of vitality and passion, clarity on what you desire and how to move forward. And then you have the Empress. It says, I create what I choose naturally and with joy. This is the most beautiful, the most creative, the most abundant and fertile energy. This is the energy I always say that you need to be in as a divine feminine if you want to attract the most healthy, devoted, divine masculine love into your life. If you want to love and a partner of integrity, you have to radiate that energy within yourself. This is this deeply rooted, grounded sense of self-love and value. And with this Ace of Wands here, that's what I see as the potential outcome, making peace with the past so that you can move into your most beautiful, fertile, creative, abundant, and passionate life yet. Ah, what a beautiful ending. All right, my beautiful soul, I do hope you enjoyed this reading, that it served you, gave you some peace, clarity, and inspiration on the potential changes to expect during this nodal shift. If you resonate and you want to claim this energy for yourself, comment Pisces rising down below and like this video now. If you're new here, go ahead and subscribe as we release new readings every week you don't want to miss. And in the event you would like a deeper personal reading for yourself, there's a link available in the description box below to book that at any time. Until the next time I get to read for you, I'm sending you so much peace and love.